there's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you're going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess.
42.
You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what? Anybody else?
17.
You're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, babe?
12.
Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Look what I brought. A doctor. Or it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Do you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on Miss Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today? Is to make sure everybody has got their imagination turned on. So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Oh, hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money. I heard it. Go, Mama. What do we need to? What else can we fill it up with? Water or imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say, phew. Y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old, and there's so many things in here that will help our imagination. Jesse, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. It'd be trampling all over the place. Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Look at them. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front. What if music could be hailed? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy. But he uses his new friend, his new keyboard. All right? So you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh. What if leaves were fish? Shoo. Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! Doesn't that be funny? That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. It's an elephant. Yep. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the top? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Hi. You say, hey, ant, how old am I? And he tell you, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Give yourselves a hand. You are great listeners. I love it no sounds. You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand up in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're going to make 100. You ready? Hold your hand up in front of you. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? We did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's going to do a song called Jump. All right? Let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right. Let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God. Woo. Oh, my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay. I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? Is all of them out? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Woo. Who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Woo. That's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had old Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling them. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They got to help us. Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. Looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess. Who else you got? My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Yeah. Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stay right here. All right, Jess. We need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink. Holding a little girl in her lap. Okay. Come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. I'm so tickled. All right. Stay right here, baby. Stay right there. All right. Who else, Jess? Blonde hair and a red shirt. Where's blonde? Oh, I see ya. Come here, big man. Come here and help me stand. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh.
The girl that paints chairs and stuff.
The one that's looking back right now. Right here, baby. You, sweetie, come here and help us. Stand right here for me. Stand right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Holy rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're gonna hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, "You ain't gonna paint no more." She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he?
What's your name?
Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high, but I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me, so I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more, though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh, my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now, y'all don't faint, because I ran out of paint, and I really ain't going to paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning, and she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, "Very funny, teacher." She said, "Well, just make a mark and see where it takes you." So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go." Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, "Perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me?" Vanessa said, "There's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil." And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, "There." You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class, and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, "I can make a better dot than that." So she opened up her never-before-opened paints because, you know, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots. And she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show. And they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, "You are such a good painter. I wish I could do that." She said, "I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do." He said, "Oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler." That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up, and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper and she said, Huh, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got If, we got The Dot, and we got I Ain't Gonna Paint No More, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music while you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. Here goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you got to hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
All the imagination that you all created. All right, let's do this all together. I'd like for everyone to stand up for just a moment. Varmint is a little bit slow. Everyone reach up high for me. I reach up high and I bend down low. I reach for the sky and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I think I know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Varmint.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Varmint, it has been, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you.
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Varmint sometimes cannot see me. Oh, Varmint.
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
That's my Miss Donner! Hi, Flip! Oh, yeah! How are you, Miss Donner?
I am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie. Isn't that neat?
Get out. They came all the way up to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here. Well, how you been right there?
I've been doing wonderful. Since the last time I've seen you, I've had 2 grandchildren.
My goodness.
And wait, you're really going to get this one.
What?
I got married.
broken. It fell in the floor right there. Uh-huh.
I'm sure
Now
will
you
find
said,
someone else.
you said I was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving in our car.
Can we do it, Miss Donna?
Would you guys like to go driving in your car today?
Oh, let me get my stuff together, all right? All right.
We'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, yeah. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing. All right.
All right, I'm ready there, Miss Donna.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right. We're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donna. Don't go right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Get a car seat. Come on, Florida. Come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool if we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses? Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there. What do you
I'm driving
In my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a
always
scarf
have
right there.
scarves that they wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on
They
everything.
good right there?
I've got my scarf round my neck.
Easy now, easy now.
I've got my sunglasses
She's hard right there.
on. I'm driving in my car.
Driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car.
Uh-oh. We hit a bump. Uh-oh.
In my car.
We hit a bump.
You know that sun's really, really hot.
Ooh, it's
Out
hot.
on our heads, you know. It'll keep the
Let's
sun
take
out of our
right
eyes. So hot. Okay, everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donna. We hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back. Oh, Miss Lorna rocks with. What's wrong with her hair, Miss? What? Now that'll work right there. I can't say. Well, I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think that job gone bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What'd you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jesse, can you play some little music so we can dance around while Miss Florida gets her CD?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Sing it, Dad. Sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. I see it right now. I'm in a music video, ain't I? Y'all just didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Keep your bottoms off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving in our car. One more time.
Don't hit in the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Hey, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out and get Carly. Let's get Carly. Whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star.
Driving in my car.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool? If we put on our
Put them sunglasses.
I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car.
Where we cool? Look at us.
Driving in my car. I'm driving in my
Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we see, they always
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up for
fly
me.
out. Let's put our
Yeah.
scarves on.
Oh, I don't know. That'd fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, ain't you?
Driving in my car. Driving
Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car.
You know, the sun is really,
It's
really
hot.
Let's put a hat on our heads. It'll keep the sun out of our eyes.
Yeah, that'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on my
He's on the airs right there, Miss
I've
Hunter.
got my scarf around my neck. I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car.
You're too cool.
I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch.
What you need?
All
Oh,
movies
my
they
doggy.
always had little teeny tiny poodle dogs sitting on the seat right next to them.
Well, he worked. Me and the poodle. That worked. How's that?
Everybody ready?
Ain't it cute?
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I got my scarf around my neck. And I got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in
Here we go.
I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car.
No, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really
Music.
cool music that we could look into. Let's put the radio on. I've got the radio turned on.
Hey, that's little Leonard Skinner right there, Miss Donner.
That's so
That's
cool.
good.
Can you
Look,
dig
pretty
it?
much.
Oh, it's so groovy. Let's dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I've got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
What's the hole?
Driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. Driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. Driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car.
Oh, what a good job right there. Oh, I gotta get that scarf off. Can't breathe. All right, now, here we go. Oh, I know it. You did a good job.
1, 2, 3, 4. Put your bottoms on the floor.
You know what? I have missed you like crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so glad these friends came out right there.
I know you're so glad to have all of these friends. I have to let you know
Yes, sir.
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah.
I received a letter from Garnet.
had to have my piece right there. I did. Yeah. Oh, good job right there. Bye, friends. Bye, Jessie. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, Mister. I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. Bye, friends.
Good job.
Hi, I'm Mackenzie Rosman, and I play Ruthie on the WB Seventh Heaven. I may not be an official treehouse detective yet, but on the show I love to help solve problems. No matter how difficult problems may seem, there's always a solution, and they're a lot easier to find using math, science, and technology. Stay tuned and help our treehouse detectives learn more about the future of transportation in the next exciting episode of the NASA Sci-Files, The Case of the Radical Ride.
Come on now and learn about math, science, and technology. Sci-Files. Discovering the world we're in. Doing cool experiments.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What invention led to man-made transportation? What is the first step in the engineering design process? The Channel Tunnel was a solution to what problem? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
You guys excited?
You bet.
Let's go.
Okay, 45 miles to the auditorium. Dr. D is traveling at about 55 miles an hour. Relatively light cargo. We should arrive at the awards ceremony with 5 minutes to spare.
Just enough time for you to work on your acceptance speech.
I would like to thank my mom and dad.
Not so fast. You are being awarded as a group.
Good point. Just try and keep it over 50, Dr. D. I don't want to be late, even if we don't win. Of course, drive safely.
Are you sure your calculations are correct? You might be cutting it a little close.
Why? Is the wind blowing? Dr. D, are you driving against the wind?
Don't worry. I think we'll be all right, as long as we don't hit traffic.
I know you wanted to get here early, but how long have you been here?
My mom dropped me off 20 minutes ago. We made really good time.
In that case, we should reconsider the minivan as the ultimate form of transportation.
Very funny. Our minivan is nice, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it's the ultimate form of transportation.
And even if it is advanced, it's not exactly futuristic like in the next century.
Which is our assignment.
So what do we do?
Let's open the problem board.
Good idea. So what do we know?
We know that transportation changes over time, and that it involves moving over air, sea, and land.
So what do we need to know?
We need to know how transportation will change in the next 100 years.
How do we figure that out?
History.
History?
Dr. D told us that history often tells us how things will work in the future.
So where do we go?
Well, for starters, I thought we should research the history of the car.
Why don't you check the internet? Maybe we can go to a car show and see one of those cool concept cars.
My thoughts exactly. In fact, Tony is visiting his family in Detroit. I'm sending him an email right now. Maybe he can visit the Walter P. Chrysler Museum.
Don't forget the concept car.
Right. I'm also sending an email to the other Treehouse detectives to keep them updated.
And get their ideas. Speaking of the Treehouse detectives, where are they?
Dr. D, if we don't start moving soon, we're going to have to average about 90 miles per hour to get there on time.
Sorry, kids, I don't know what the problem is.
The problem is we need a helicopter.
I'm not sure that a helicopter would help us at this point. Hey, Bianca just sent us an email. She and Kaylee are working on a transportation assignment.
What is the assignment?
We're doing research on what transportation will look like 100 years from now.
Cool.
Bianca said that Tony's going to visit the Walter P. Chrysler Museum near Detroit, Michigan.
May I use the computer real quick? If Tony's checking out cars, I have a few questions for him to ask.
Sure. Remind him to get his Get Up and Go sheet from the NASA Sci-Files website.
That's a good idea. You can always find great information and resources at the site.
Hi, Mr. Dressel. I'm Tony. Thanks for meeting with me.
My pleasure. How can I help you?
We're working on a school assignment researching what transportation will be like in 100 years. We thought the best place to start would be in the past.
That's a great place to begin.
Can you tell me when and where transportation began?
Well, the first form of transportation was by foot, or more commonly known as walking.
Yeah, I know all about walking.
At some point, boats were used and animals were domesticated. But the real transportation breakthrough hadn't happened quite yet.
Breakthrough? Like the invention of the driver's license?
Not quite yet. Archaeologists believe that the very first step towards man-made transportation began in either Mesopotamia or Asia, sometime around 4000 to 3500 BC, with the invention of the wheel.
Was the invention of the car next in the timeline?
Well, it was really the invention of the steam engine in the late 18th century that made mass transportation a standard. The early trains were slow and they were often very dangerous, but as locomotives improved, they really became important to our steadily growing and very young country, especially considering we didn't have a very good road system.
I understand how trains help people travel long distances, but how did people in the city get around?
Well, there was walking, and then there were horse cars and trolleys, and finally subways. But then in the 1880s and the 1890s, they discovered the bicycle, which was great because they could go where they wanted to and when they wanted to.
So they had wheels, but they didn't have wheels.
Right, they didn't have wheels as in cars.
Wasn't the car invented around the turn of the century?
Well, actually, in France, Nicolas Joseph Cugnot invented a car as early as 1769. But since it was powered by steam, most people don't consider it really an automobile. But in the 1880s, Gottlieb Daimler invented a light, practical automobile engine that really ushered in the era of the modern automobile.
Over time.
Well, this is a powered buggy built using the same sort of technology they used to build bicycles. And this is a 1915 Dodge. It's basically an improved version of the Model T Ford. It was a front-engine, rear-drive, open touring car intended for a rural market.
Why did the style of cars change?
In the 1920s, people's lifestyles began to change. We were no longer a country defined as rural, and people began demanding more comfortable cars. Take a look at this 1929 Nash. It shows a shift away from open cars. The car was no longer just a fair weather option. It was now a necessity, and therefore it needed to be enclosed.
Wow, this one looks different.
It's a 1934 Chrysler Airflow. It's the first mass-produced aerodynamic car design. By 1934, engineers had discovered just how much difference air resistance made on car performance.
We learned about airflow in the case of the challenging flight and how important it is on drag.
That's right, and airflows really changed the way cars look.
Transportation has sure changed throughout history.
Yes, as transportation improves, it's easier to live and work farther apart. If you walk to work, you're not likely to live more than about a mile away from where you work. But if you've got a car, you can drive 30 or more miles to work.
And with the invention of the airplane in 1903 by the Wright brothers, we can live even farther away and take vacations to faraway places. Thanks, Mr. Dressel. This has been a lot of help.
You're welcome. Feel free to enjoy the exhibits. There's a lot more to see.
I would never suggest breaking a law, but it looks like we will have to average about 227 miles per hour to make it to the ceremony on time.
I think you should check your numbers, Jacob. We should be fine. Remember, we have moved.
Well, Jacob does have a point. If we sit in traffic for very long, the car becomes useless.
What do you mean?
Well, no car can travel safely at 227 miles per hour.
Race cars can.
But not on the highway.
Good point, Catherine. Eventually you'll discover certain limitations to any technology. Look at all the different forms of transportation that have been invented over the years. For example, hot air balloons, helicopters, flying cars, my own personal hovercraft, skateboards, pogo sticks.
Wait a minute, Dr. D. Did you say your own personal hovercraft?
That's right.
Where did you buy a hovercraft?
I didn't buy it. I designed it and built it.
Wow, Dr. D, how did you build a hovercraft?
And did it take long to build?
Slow down, kids. Let me start by having you look at the device on the back seat. It's called a marble twister.
This doesn't look like a hovercraft.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool. What does it do?
Put a marble on the track at the top and tell me what you see.
It's going around in circles and gradually getting closer to the bottom.
Very good. The marble twister illustrates iteration.
What did you say?
Iteration. It's part of the engineering design process. It's like a cycle.
Wow, we've seen lots of cycles before, like the rock cycle and the water cycle.
In this cycle, you develop a plan for your project, design and build a model, test and evaluate the model, and then begin the cycle again by redesigning the model based upon your test results.
I get it. Then you test the redesigned model, evaluate the results, and redesign the model again.
That's just like the marbles. Each time you go around the cycle, you get closer to a finished product. Just like each time around the circle, the marbles get closer to the bottom.
How many times do you need to go through the cycle?
Well, the product is never perfect, so you just have to decide when it's close enough.
This engineering design process sounds an awful lot like the scientific method, except the step about identifying or recognizing a problem isn't included.
Actually, I just hadn't gotten to the first steps yet. In the engineering design process, the first step is called identifying a need or want.
Then you brainstorm ideas like we did in the invention process, in the case of the Wright invention.
Very good. The engineering design process is very similar to the invention process. After brainstorming, the next step is select a solution and do research.
And then you develop a plan.
That's it, and the cycle begins. Whenever you are facing a design challenge, the process we have just discussed will be very helpful.
I can't imagine a more difficult challenge than this traffic jam.
Trust me, Jacob, there have been bigger challenges.
I remember reading about the Channel Tunnel. They had all kinds of challenges to overcome to make it work.
Exactly.
What is the Channel Tunnel?
English and French worked together to build a tunnel under the English Channel. It is a major achievement in design for transportation.
Cool. Why don't you check the internet for...
I'm way ahead of you. Working. Okay, here we go. Rosie and Wendy, Sci-File's Kids Club members in the United Kingdom, have done their own investigation on the Channel Tunnel.
Awesome. The Treehouse Detectives have officially gone global.
Wow, this is incredible.
We're actually at the official nerve center of the Channel Tunnel.
Hello, we're looking for Mr. Storer.
That would be me. Hi, you must be Rosie and Wendy. I received your email. How may I help you?
We're investigating transportation.
And in our research, we learned that advances in transportation usually result of having a problem.
And needing a solution.
The Channel Tunnel was definitely a solution to a very old problem. 13,000 years ago, Britain was connected to mainland Europe by a natural isthmus or land bridge. Then a change in sea level caused by the last ice age created the English Channel.
It seems we've had the technology to build tunnels for a long time. Why wasn't it built earlier?
2 centuries ago, Napoleon agreed that a tunnel should be built, but after war broke out between France and England, the tunnel idea was abandoned. Even though there were several plans for a tunnel, there were still technological problems to overcome.
What kind of problems?
At the time, people didn't know much about the geology under the English Channel, so they were unsure whether they could bore through it. There was also a ventilation problem.
How did they overcome the problem?
In the 1870s, both England and France agreed to work on a joint tunnel scheme. With government approval, the tunnel companies started on the first serious scientific geological exploration to find out just what kind of rocks are under the seabed.
What did they discover?
They found a bed of chalk marl which was perfect for a tunnel. It was easy to dig and impervious to water. It could also stand up without supporting walls and was thick enough to hold a tunnel.
So why didn't they dig the tunnel?
They made several attempts. In 1880, testing was carried out with a tunnel boring machine. The following year, another attempt was made, but abandoned again.
At least they kept trying.
Yes, finally in the 1980s, the British and French governments commissioned more studies and decided that a traditional rail tunnel would be the least risky and the best value for the money.
How long did it take to build?
About 7 years. The builders bored the tunnels from 1987 to 1991, and from 1991 to 1994, workers fitted out the tunnels and terminal. Would you like to see the tunnel?
That would be fantastic. This is amazing.
Why are there 3 tunnels?
Actually, there are 3 interconnected tubes. 2 are the rail tracks for going each way, plus 1 service tunnel used for maintenance and as a safe haven in case of emergencies.
Of course, you want to make the tunnel as safe as possible, especially for such a long tunnel.
How long is the tunnel?
It's about 50 kilometres total, with 37 kilometres underwater. Its average depth is about 40 metres under the seabed.
I imagine it took a lot of people to build something so complicated.
Yes, it took over 13,000 engineers, technicians and workers to build over 150 kilometres of tunnels.
That's remarkable.
Can you drive through the tunnel, or do you have to take the train?
You can do both, sort of. Trains operated by Eurotunnel use the tunnel to carry cars, coaches, motorcycles, caravans and lorries. You just drive your car into the train and travel with your car through the tunnel. EWS carries containerised freight, and the Eurostar trains carry foot passengers.
It seems like the Channel Tunnel handles all kinds of travellers and transportation.
Most definitely. In the past year, Eurotunnel carried over 2.25 million cars, about 70,000 coaches, and 1.6 million lorries. Eurostar carried 6.3 million passengers, and EWS carried 1.7 million tonnes of freight.
That's a lot of people and freight.
Correct. And with the opening of the tunnel, people can travel between Britain and mainland Europe any time of the day or night and in any kind of weather. It's now possible to have breakfast in London, lunch in Paris and dinner in Barcelona, Spain.
It certainly makes the world seem smaller.
Not at this time, but Frank Davidson has a vision of a transatlantic tunnel someday.
A tunnel across the Atlantic Ocean? That would be impossible.
That might seem so now, but hundreds of years ago, so did the Channel Tunnel. Mr. Davidson proposes that a floating tunnel be anchored to the sea floor and a maglev train be used, travelling at speeds up to 5,000 miles an hour. You could literally live in the US and work in Europe.
Or live in Europe and work with the treehouse detectives during the day.
Thanks for the story, you have been most helpful.
You're welcome. Why don't we go and finish our ride through the tunnel?
Sure, sounds great. That's all for our investigation. Be sure and visit the NASA Sci-Files website for more exciting adventures and scientific inquiry.
That was amazing. Talk about solving a major problem.
We could use a tunnel to get to the awards ceremony.
I just hope we make it.
Me too. We're running out of time.
So what's up? What's causing the traffic jam? How will the past help the detectives understand the future? Do you think Dr. D's hovercraft will be a success? Stay tuned for the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Radical Ride.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. Explain why research is such an important step in the engineering design process. Why is it important to build a model of your design? Why is it important to test your model?
I know that we're getting a lot done, but why did we have to be here so early?
You're kidding, right?
No, you're never this early for school.
I hope we'll finally get a chance to meet Mr. Gregory.
Mr. Gregory, the deputy administrator for NASA? He's coming here?
It's not every day you get the chance to win an award. It's even more rare to meet NASA VIPs.
I feel so underdressed.
You're fine. I hear he's pretty cool.
We should keep an eye out. What does he look like?
I don't know. I've never met him. But I heard he's supposed to be presenting today.
I'm just glad we got here early.
And on the topic of presenting, I just finished going over Tony's Get Up and Go sheet.
And Tony hit a research gold mine.
Not only did he go to the museum, but his aunt set him up with an expert at General Motors. I'm sending him questions now.
Cool. Guess the early bird does get the worm.
Very funny.
Thank you for meeting me.
Oh, not a problem. Your aunt was telling me about your assignment. She said you're doing research into future transportation?
Right, we're researching what transportation will look like in 100 years.
Well, I can't predict the future, but I can tell you it should be very exciting.
Wow, this is incredible. Are you accepting applications for test drivers?
Not exactly, but you can check it out.
What kind of car is this?
This is GM's Autonomy. It's a concept car designed around fuel cell and by-wire technology.
Fuel cell technology? What's a fuel cell?
Fuel cells are like batteries, except as long as they're fed fuel, they keep producing energy. They don't go flat or need recharging. This particular type of fuel cell converts hydrogen and oxygen into water and produces electricity and heat in the process.
So this car uses hydrogen for fuel instead of gasoline?
Yes, it does.
So how did you come up with the idea for the Autonomy?
Well, ideas for new vehicles can come from breakthroughs in technology, from formal processes like consumer research, or from very informal processes like discussions in the office, or even ideas that pop into your head while you're driving.
Sounds a lot like brainstorming.
It is. We brainstorm all the time. When we hear customers talk about what they love about their vehicle or what they wish it could do differently, it automatically makes us start thinking about solutions and new designs.
Dr. D told us about the design process. It seems like once you have brainstormed solutions for the problem, you have to do a lot of research.
It's really the scientific method in action. To develop an idea into a vehicle is really just a long series of solving problems. Before you can start solving those problems, you have to make sure you have all the data, knowledge, and information that you need. For example, I need to make sure I'm not violating any of the laws of physics.
So you have to know about things like gravity and friction.
That's right. And sometimes in the auto industry, we do consumer research to make sure that what we've designed is really what people want. One way to do that is to build a concept car.
So this is a concept car?
Right. A concept car is a one-of-a-kind vehicle that helps engineers and designers study and learn.
What have you learned from this concept car?
A lot. We learned that when you use fuel cells and by-wire technology to drive a vehicle, you no longer need an internal combustion engine, an automatic transmission, a gas tank, or any of the mechanical linkages that we have in cars today. Those are really big parts that take up a lot of room. Without them, the car doesn't have to look the same anymore, and you're free to design it differently, inside and out.
Does it take a long time to develop a car from an idea to a real car that people can buy?
One of GM's concepts, the Pontiac Solstice, went from concept to production in just about 2 years, and that's really fast. But with a really futuristic vehicle like the Autonomy, it's different. We're going to learn so much more before we're ready to produce it, so the first fuel cell vehicles that are sold probably won't look like this. It really depends on technology, on the purpose of the concept, and what the public thinks about it.
So not all concept cars are built?
That's right. It takes a lot of people, time, and money to build a concept vehicle. So we try to make sure that we build the ones that are the best use of our resources, the ones that are going to help us learn the most about technology, about our customers, and about our own capabilities.
It sounds like research is just as important in the design process as it is in the scientific method. Thank you. You've been very helpful.
You're welcome. And don't hesitate to call if you need anything.
So, can I borrow the keys to the Autonomy? For research.
Do you have a driver's license?
I'll have to get back to you on that one. In like 6 months.
Okay, Tony. Tell your aunt I said hello.
I will. Bye.
Wow, I wonder if Tony drove any of those cars.
I wonder if Dr. D will ever get to drive this van again. How's it going, Dr. D?
Slow, but I still think we'll make it.
I don't know. Award ceremonies aren't like movies where there's a bunch of previews at the beginning. But no pressure.
Pressure is actually a good thing.
Are you serious?
Remember, some of the best inventions have come from the pressure of having to solve a problem.
Well, we should do pretty well with the assignment because I'm definitely feeling the heat.
Wait a minute. Dr. D, you never told us about your hovercraft.
Oh, yes. Well, after brainstorming with 3 of the Sci-Files Kids Club members in my lab last week, we decided upon a hovercraft. Get some research on hovercraft to prepare for the design process.
What did you find out?
I discovered that the Navy has used hovercraft to transport up to 60 tons of cargo over both land and water.
Wow! There are 2,000 pounds in a ton. That is more than 120,000 pounds.
Very good. They can go up to speeds of 46 miles per hour with a full load. This requires engines with 16,000 horsepower.
That's a lot of horses.
I also did some research on air pressure. I needed to discover how powerful a blower I would need for an air supply and how big the craft would have to be to support my weight.
It's what you need to know, just like the problem board.
Precisely. I also found I needed to build a model of my hovercraft and test it to find the answers to all of my questions. I'm probably going to have to test and retest to refine my model before I actually build my prototype hovercraft.
Can we help?
Sure, let's take a look at my first model. Based upon my research, I chose a round design covered in plastic. My research indicates I need a leaf blower to provide enough air for the full-size hovercraft. But for these models, I'm just going to use this vacuum cleaner.
You have holes in the plastic, but how do you know how many to make?
And how big to make them?
That's just the problem I'm working on right now. I'm testing several models to find just the right pattern and size for the holes. I'm going to test each model to see how much weight it can lift. Let's try it.
Why did you have to sometimes lift up the hovercraft?
Well, sometimes when the air is first turned on and the plastic is flat against the table, the air can't get out of the holes to start the lifting. I hadn't anticipated this problem.
I know. You could fasten something underneath the hovercraft that would give it a little lift to begin with. Then you wouldn't have to lift it up.
Excellent idea. Our modeling process is helping us to uncover and solve problems we didn't anticipate.
Are you also going to use different sized discs?
I sure am. In fact, that's my next step.
It sounds like building models of the hovercraft was really helpful.
It really was. Speaking of models, NASA builds lots of models for their designs. Why don't you visit their model shop and learn more about the modeling process?
Well, we're kind of stuck right now, Dr. D. I'll email RJ and ask him to visit the model shop. He can give us a report.
Great idea. I also think we should do more research on transportation.
Okay, email sent.
No rush. We have time.
Oh, cool. Dr. Textbook has a history of transportation.
I have to see this.
Oh, whoa, hello! Dr. Textbook here. Have you ever wondered how birds fly? Well, that's exactly the question that Orville and Wilbur Wright pondered when they were trying to discover controlled flight. And it led them to this! An inner tube box? Huh. Well, you may say, Dr. Textbook, are you mad? What has an inner tube box got to do with the story of controlled flight? Well, the story is this. One day in their bicycle shop, the Wright brothers are talking to some clients, and they're playing with an inner tube box and twisting it back and forth. And one day, they suddenly realize, Eureka! This is it! This is the answer to our quest, controlled flight! Get it? Well, in 1903, it was a very big year because in that year, the automobile made its first cross-country trip from San Francisco to New York City, and the Wright brothers made their historic first flight. You see, technology now has surpassed the expectations that the Wright brothers had for their aeroplane. Of course, we've all heard about NASA's HyperX plane. With its new technology, we'll all be able to fly much faster and more efficiently than this 1911 Model B aeroplane. With the next 100 years, innovative technology will make the skies the limit. Ooh. Just for fun, let's see how this 1911 Model B aeroplane fares in the skies with my hyper-realistic simulation of planes from the future! Not a very good idea.
I'm here at the NASA Langley Research Center's model shop to look into the design process involving models.
Hello, RJ. I read your friend's email, so I understand you want to learn more about making a model.
Yes. Now, we're doing an assignment on transportation and what it would look like in 100 years. Now, I understand that in the engineering design process that making a model is very important. I'm not exactly sure why.
Okay, say if you want to test your own design, would it be a good idea to just go and build it?
Probably not, because it'll cost too much. You don't even know if it'll work.
Exactly. What if your plane or car doesn't work properly? Then you will also risk losing a human life during the testing phase.
Wow, I didn't think of that. But why are the models so small?
When we build model airplanes, the engineer determines what scale is needed.
What is scale?
Scale is the ratio or measure between the size of the model and the full-size version. For an example, take a look at this F-18 model. The scale is 5%, which simply means it's 1/20th of the full-size airplane.
So if an airplane is 10 meters long and I want to build a model about 1/10 its size, then the model would be about 1 meter for a scale of 1 to 10.
Very good.
What scales normally used when building models?
Well, one rule of thumb to follow is that the smaller the scale, the less expensive it is to build, and the easier it is to modify. However, the size varies depending on the design and how the model is tested in the various wind tunnels.
Aren't all wind tunnels the same?
Not at all. We have 38 wind tunnels, and they vary in size, and they test different functions. Some tunnels are large enough to test a small airplane, while others are only a few centimeters in size.
Why does NASA build airplane models?
Here at NASA Langley, we conduct research on model airplanes in order to make them safer, quieter, energy efficient, and more environmentally friendly. We also want to find ways to make them less expensive to build and maintain. Using models make this research easier and less costly.
Wow, that model over there looks really cool.
It's called the Blended Wing Body, BWB for short. It's a futuristic airplane with a unique shape that will cause the entire plane to generate lift and minimize drag.
We learned about lift and drag in the case of the challenging flight. They are two of the 4 forces of flight. If you want to learn more about flight, check out the NASA Sci-Files website.
Very good. And the design of this airplane is more efficient and will consume 20% less fuel while cruising at high subsonic speeds.
Wow. It looks like the wingspan on this is about 88 centimeters, or 0.88 meters, on a scale of 1 to 100. So the full-size version is going to be 88 meters across. That's one huge plane.
It would be slightly less than the length of a football field. It's being developed to carry 800 passengers, but recent studies have focused on vehicles in the 450 passenger class. This model here is expected to fly the year 2020.
2020? Let me see, I'll be about 29 years old.
And I'll be... never mind.
Thanks, Mr. James. Never knew models would be so useful.
You're welcome, and I wish you good luck on your assignment.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
If those guys don't get here soon, they won't get a chance to enjoy the ceremony or meet Mr. Gregory.
According to the traffic webcams on the internet, the traffic situation's not good.
At least we're getting good feedback from RJ and Mr. James. I never knew model making was so important. What's next?
Time for the problem board.
So what do we know?
We know that changes in transportation are a result of new innovations and inventions.
And we know that inventions and innovations rely on research, designing, model building, and testing, all part of the engineering method.
Right, but we really haven't researched how you test your model yet.
Maybe the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club could help. Do a search.
Will do. And yes, it looks like Cooper Elementary here in Hampton is working with King's Cross Education Action Zone in London on a design project.
London, Texas, right?
No, London, England. Both schools designed and built their own cars out of mousetraps, and now they're ready to discuss the test data. Hi, I'm Bianca Baker.
And I'm Kaylee.
Hello, good morning. I'm Jared, a 5th grader here at King's Cross Education Action Zone.
How's the video conference going?
Hi Bianca and Kaylee, I'm Kirsty. The video conference is very interesting.
This is our second design meeting, and Mr. Logan from NASA Langley Research Centre is helping us with the challenge.
Right now we are reviewing our test results. Why don't you two join us?
Looking at the test data, it looks like you've made some great improvements. Does anybody have any problems that I can help you with?
Mr. Logan, this is Kirsty. The wheels in our car just seem to spin and the car doesn't go very far.
This is where the redesign process can really help improve your model. Think about redesigning your car so that the wheels get better traction. You might try testing different materials for your wheels. You have to balance the amount of friction you get with the weight you add to your car.
Sounds like it's time for redesign.
Exactly. Let me know what you come up with. Until next week, be sure to keep track of all your data and your trial notes.
What if we added balloons to the wheels? Would it add too much weight?
I don't think so. Actually, I think rubber bands might just work.
Sounds like a cool project, but what exactly is a mousetrap car?
It is a challenge to build a car using a mousetrap as the only form of propulsion.
Our designs will be judged on the distance the car travels.
How did you begin?
We began by following the design process. Our teachers gave us a mousetrap car kit like this one and some other materials to work with.
We looked over materials and brainstormed ideas.
That's right. We decided we needed to do some research on energy, work, force and simple machines. Once we felt that our designs was going to work, we started building the model. But we had a problem when our axles wouldn't turn.
We had trouble with our axles too.
After more research, we learned that the axle needed sanding. This helped reduce the amount of friction so that it could spin more easily.
What are you doing now?
We have been testing our cars to see how far they would go.
The first trial didn't go very well. The car only went 1 meter.
Our second and third trials weren't much better.
We did have a few trials that went over 2 meters.
After 10 trials, we averaged 1.4 meters. We are hoping that the rubber bands will help.
Testing is really important in the design process.
Yes, it is. By conducting tests, we can see the problem before race day.
Of course, the trials that were over 2 meters were done at home on carpet. That's it. The carpet added friction.
In that case, the rubber band should create enough friction to increase the distance.
Please excuse us, but we have to get to work right away.
Thanks for all the information and good luck in your competition. Be sure to post your results on the Sci-Files Kids Club website. We want to know how it turns out.
We will. Bye from London.
Bye.
Bye, and good luck on the challenge.
Okay, so they researched their design, built models, tested the cars. What's next?
Dr. D said the next step after testing and evaluation is redesign if necessary.
Which is exactly what the students are doing.
I think we need to do more research on the redesign process.
And keep looking for Mr. Gregory.
So what's up? Will a new concept car be the answer to the detectives' problems? Why can't the detectives use Dr. D's hovercraft to get out of the traffic jam? Where should the Treehouse detectives go next? Stay tuned for more of The Case of the Radical Ride.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is HyperX? What is a fault tree?
Dr. D, Bianca and Kaylee are doing research on the redesign process. Did you do any redesign work on your hovercraft?
Of course. It's actually a very important part of the design and invention process.
I remember from the case of the Wright invention that redesign is called the iterative process.
I wish your hovercraft was finished with the iterative process. We sure could use it right now.
Wouldn't work very well in this situation because it's electrically powered. You wouldn't get very far with an extension cord. It's one of the redesigns I'm working on.
So how is your project coming along?
Well, after testing our models for some time, we came up with a design for a prototype or a full-size model. Our testing helped us find the proper size and pattern for the holes on the bottom.
When we redesigned the models, they kept getting better and better.
That's iteration. I helped test the airflow from the leaf blower, and I think we'll have plenty of air pressure.
This plastic lid on the bottom, which was Jared's idea, helps us overcome the starting problem. Now it's time to test the prototype.
Don't forget your crash helmet, Dr. D.
And your elbow pads. And while we're talking about safety, let's put on some ear protection. This leaf blower is pretty loud. All right, the research was right on target. It really works.
This looks like fun. Can I try too?
Sure, go right ahead.
Is it time now to tell others about our success? It's part of the design process, isn't it?
You're right. But what do you think is the best way to do that?
Wait a minute, Dr. D. It seems to me that we still have a major problem with the system.
What do you mean?
Well, shouldn't there be a way to move around without being pushed?
I guess you're right. Aha! It's time to start the process all over again.
Oh, I see. We've identified a need. Now it's time to brainstorm.
How about we use a rocket engine?
I like the idea of a fan, like the swamp boats in Florida.
How about 2 fans mounted on brackets?
Shouldn't we get rid of these power cords?
Let's just handle one problem at a time.
Okay, Dr. D, I vote for the 2 fans. No, I like the rocket engine. It would really...
Okay, wait a minute. It's time for me to pick a solution, do some research, come up with a plan, and design and build another model. There's a lot of testing to do before you finally reach your goal.
This iterative process of design, testing, and evaluation and redesign is pretty cool.
You bet.
Hey, I just got an email from RJ about the HyperX.
That sounds really high-tech.
I'm sure it is. Mr. James told RJ that the HyperX is in the middle of the redesign process right now. He's on his way to meet with Mr. Robinson to check it out.
I'm impressed. For being stuck in traffic, you guys are getting a lot of work done.
Yes, we are good at multitasking. Now, if only there was a live broadcast of the ceremony over the internet, then we might not miss it.
Now I'm getting nervous, Jacob. Hopefully we'll still make it.
Mr. Robinson?
Hi, RJ. What can I help you with today?
We're working on a school assignment to figure out what transportation will look like in 100 years.
Wow, that's a tough assignment.
We learned all about identifying problems, creating solutions, building models, and testing and evaluating data, which is all part of the engineering method.
Sounds like you have a really good handle on the process.
Thanks. But we need to learn more about what you do when the test results don't turn out as you expected.
Well, I can certainly tell you about that. We've been working on a program for about 8 years called HyperX. Although it's been very successful, we have had test results that were not always favorable.
What's the HyperX program?
Well, it's a series of small experimental research aircraft. Each one's about the size of a small car, and it's designed to test a new type of propulsion system called a scramjet.
How does it work?
But for a scramjet to work, the engine and the vehicle it's attached to must already be flying at a pretty fast speed, around Mach 3.
Mach 3? That's 3 times faster than the speed of sound. We learned in the case of the barking dog that sound travels at 330 meters per second. Times 3? That's 990 meters per second. Now that's fast.
Yes, it is. The engine uses the speed of the aircraft and its special shape to compress the air. Once the air is compressed, fuel is mixed in and burned, much like in a car engine, but with a lot less moving parts. The fuel-air mixture is then expanded out the back of the engine, and it propels the vehicle forward.
What are the benefits of using a scramjet rather than a regular engine?
Well, if you use a scramjet on a spacecraft, you don't have to carry as much oxygen on board as you do with today's conventional rockets. This would allow the vehicle to be lighter, safer, and less expensive. You can carry more cargo and payload to space.
Could it be used on a regular aircraft?
Yes, if we can successfully demonstrate this technology, it could allow us to build a whole new generation of aircraft. We could take off from the United States and fly to Japan in 2 hours. Today, that trip takes 14.
Now that's the plane of the future. Now, you said the HyperX had problems. What were they?
Well, on our first flight attempt, we had a problem with the booster rocket that's supposed to get us up to our test condition at Mach 7. About 13 seconds into the flight, the wings and tails broke off the vehicle, and it started to lose control, and we had to destroy it. We were all very disappointed. The scramjet didn't even get a chance to work.
That must have been awful. What'd you do?
Well, we made a list of everything that we thought could have gone wrong and what may have caused it. This list is called a fault tree. We studied each branch of the fault tree until we could eliminate that branch as a contributor to the failure.
Did you find the problem?
Well, the branches that were left on the fault tree were investigated further. We redesigned some of the parts and changed the way we fly the rocket. And after 3 years, we think we're ready to fly again.
Sounds like a complicated process.
It is, and it takes time, but you really have to do a thorough job when test results aren't what you expect, just to prevent future problems.
Thanks, Mr. Robinson. You've given me a lot of information on the redesign process. Good luck on your next test flight.
Thank you, RJ, and good luck on your assignment. Call if you have any questions.
Thank you.
I hope the traffic clears up quickly.
How much time do we have?
The auditorium doors will open in about 30 minutes.
At least we'll get good seats.
I'm not worried about us. Great. It looks like RJ spoke with the HyperX people.
Do they have a solution for the traffic?
No, but they will eventually change the way we travel.
And that's a good thing. Now we've looked at design, testing, and redesign. Where do we go next?
How about the problem board?
Great. What do we know?
We know that transportation has changed radically over time.
Right. Planes, trains, and even cars look and operate more efficiently than they did 20 years ago.
We also know that the design and redesigning process is critical to making these improvements.
So what do we need to know?
We still need to know what transportation will look like 100 years from now.
That is our assignment. And boy, is it tough. From everything we've learned so far, who knows? We may not even use trains in the future.
Hold on, Kaylee. Don't forget what we learned at the Channel Tunnel. Trains have made some big improvements over the years.
You're right. I guess I just haven't ridden on a train in a while.
As a matter of fact, I did some research on maglev trains. I'll try to bring it up. I also saw in Tony's email that a NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club in Detroit, Michigan is doing an experiment with maglev technology.
Awesome, we can check it out.
Here it is.
Hi, I'm Jamai. And I'm Antoinette. And we're in Miss Thomas's class at Golightly Educational Center in Detroit, Michigan.
We're working on an experiment using magnets with our mentors from the Society of Women Engineers.
We saw Wendy and Rosie's report on the possibility of a transatlantic tunnel, and we wanted to know how a maglev train works.
So we did a little research and decided to investigate magnetic field strength.
We placed 4 magnets on the wooden dowel with the opposite poles together so that the magnets would stick. Then we added the 5th magnet on top with the same poles together so that it was repelled by the other 4.
We used a metric ruler to measure the distance between the top magnet and the ones on the bottom.
Then we added 2 washers at a time onto the top magnet and measured the new distances. Then after 10 washers, we began adding them 4 at a time.
After each measurement, we recorded the distance in millimeters on a chart.
We also put the data on a graph that had the number of washers on the horizontal axis and the distance on the vertical axis.
We learned that as you add mass to the top magnet, the distance between the magnets decrease.
And the graph helped us see that as the magnets come closer together, that the magnetic force becomes really strong.
That's why we added 4 washers per measurement when the magnets got closer together.
We also made our own maglev train.
We hope that you have enjoyed our experiment.
Goodbye from Golightly Educational Center and the Society of Women Engineers in Detroit, Michigan.
If you would like to learn more about how your class can get a mentor from the Society of Women Engineers, visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website.
That was awesome.
I may have been a bit hasty in predicting the demise of the train.
It's really cool technology.
I just wish Dr. D and the gang were on a maglev train right now.
You're right. It's gonna be tight. Plus, I'm a little concerned about the assignment.
Really? What was the problem?
Well, we learned a lot about the engineering method of research, design, testing, and redesign, but I'm not sure that will really help us figure out how transportation will look in the future.
True, and on the NASA Sci-Fi's website, you can play an online game to learn about the future of transportation. But we do have a few ideas. Maglev trains, concept cars, and what about NASA's HyperX?
That's true, but I still think we need to do more research.
Well, NASA's probably the best place to start.
Did someone say NASA?
So what's up? Will the Treehouse detectives make it to the award ceremony on time? Have the detectives done enough research on the future of transportation? Will they find Mr. Gregory? Stay tuned for the exciting conclusion of The Case of the Radical Ride.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. How will PAVE benefit travelers? How will tourism change in the next 100 years? Why does NASA want to inspire the next generation of explorers?
How's the internet connection holding up?
Good. As long as we're near a Wi-Fi network, we're in great shape. Why?
I'm thinking our only chance to make it on time is jetpacks.
Jetpacks?
Jetpacks. That's the answer. Look it up.
Hate to burst your bubble. That technology's been around for years, but it never became practical or safe.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Jacob, you're going too far. Besides, Bianca told us that NASA has some really interesting options for personal transportation.
Really? How does it work?
Not sure, but RJ is headed there now. I'm sure he can help us.
Oh, hi, you must be RJ. I understand that you want to learn more about personal air vehicles, or we call them PAVE for short.
Yes. Our class assignment is to try to determine what transportation will look like in 100 years. Now, from what I know from the PAVE, it sounds like a project of the future. Is it actually a flying car?
The basic idea behind PAVE is not so much to make a flying car, but to make an air transportation system with many of the same characteristics that we really like about cars.
So how will PAVE work?
First, we need an airspace system that works a lot more like our highway system, with small airplanes that work a lot more like our cars.
How do you build highways in the sky?
There are already 5,000 airports, and many of them are hardly used. The Small Aircraft Transportation System, or SAS for short, is working on low-cost electronics in order to give even the smallest of these airports all-weather capability. These small airports could then be safely used by anyone who'd like to fly instead of drive.
Sounds great. What would a personal air vehicle look like?
Well, we have several concepts that range from mild to wild. On the mild side, it looks a lot like small airplanes of today, but with some big differences. For example, there will be a ducted fan instead of a propeller and engine muffling. Both will dramatically help to reduce noise.
Now I know airplanes are really expensive. Will I be able to buy my own pave?
It'll be more expensive than a car, but less than an airplane, and that's because it'll use a lot of car parts and have a streamlined design.
Aren't planes difficult to fly?
Right now we have robotic airplanes that do most of their flying without help, but they're not that reliable.
So what's the wild pave going to look like?
Well, it's called our gridlock commuter, and it looks like a great big duct that carries 1 or 2 people. It doesn't go very far or very fast, but it only needs the space of a baseball field to take off on land, and the best part is that you can drive it on local streets.
Why does it need to drive on the streets?
To reduce what we call intermodal delay.
Intermodal delay?
Yes, intermodal delay is the time we spend going from one mode of transportation to the other. For example, today we drive to the airport, park, walk to the airplane, fly, and then reverse the process. Wouldn't it be nice if you could just have your airplane take you the whole way?
It sure would. But of course we couldn't fit an airplane in our garage.
No, but you could live in a community that centers around a small airport, and all of the houses would have a hangar as well as a garage.
Is that what transportation's going to look like in 100 years?
Actually, they already exist. There are at least 6 air parks here in Virginia now, and there are many more across the United States.
Wow, that's awesome. Are there any other benefits to PAVE?
Yes, PAVE makes it possible to have more choices about where to live, work, or go to school. Studies have shown that most people are unwilling to spend more than a little over an hour commuting. Before cars, you can only go a couple of kilometers in an hour. But with modern cars, you can go 40 or 50 kilometers in about the same time in heavy traffic.
We're learning a lot about traffic. Dr. D and a couple other treehouse detectives are still stuck on the highway.
With a PAVE, that problem would be eliminated for the most part. You would also be traveling at faster speeds than driving, and there'd be a reduction of intermodal delay. All these things would allow you to live 95 or more kilometers away from work, which would make it possible for you to enjoy both an urban and a rural lifestyle.
That's awesome. That means I could live near my grandma in the country and still work in the city. It sounds great. How soon will PAVE be available?
We're hoping to have a full-size flying demonstrator by 2010. After that, it could be as little as 2 years for a manufacturer to put them in showrooms right next to old-fashioned cars, so maybe by 2012.
2012? That's a lot less than 100 years. Leave it to NASA to be on the cutting edge. Thanks, Mr. Hahn.
You're welcome, and good luck, and don't hesitate to call me if you need anything else.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You want to learn more about the future of transportation?
Correct. We thought we would go directly to the NASA website for more information.
Well, that's a great place to start, but I may be able to help you out.
Really? That would be great. You must know a lot about NASA.
Actually, I have a colleague who works for NASA. He could tell you a lot about the future of transportation.
That's awesome.
You know, his name is Terry Hertz, and he's helping NASA shape the future of transportation. You know, you could dial him up if you would like to. Is this wireless?
Yes. Here he is on the website. Hi, Mr. Hertz. We're the Treehouse Detectives, and we're working on an assignment on the future of transportation. What's your vision of how people will travel in the next 100 years?
Great question. I think people will be able to travel anywhere at any time.
Wow, how will they be able to do that?
With sonic booms no louder than background noise, supersonic aircraft will dramatically reduce travel time. Flights will be affordable, absolutely safe, and you can fly to anywhere in the world in a day.
Do you think there'll still be a need for an automobile?
There will always be a need for cars, but personal air vehicles will replace some of the car trips we take today.
Will there be any larger forms of transportation?
There might be air taxis. Then we could visit friends and family more often.
Do you think people will travel into space as tourists?
Definitely. Tourism today is about seeing the wonders of the Earth. And imagine tomorrow, seeing the wonders of the solar system up close.
How will we be able to achieve so much?
NASA's greatest strength is its scientists and engineers. They know no bounds to technology advancements. And strong partnerships among government agencies, industry, and academia will complement this anything is possible attitude.
Do we have any limitations?
We are only limited by our imagination and vision.
Thanks, Mr. Hertz. The future sounds so exciting. I can't wait to be a part of it.
You're very welcome. I know you and the other Treehouse detectives will make significant contributions to our future. Call if you need anything. Bye.
Bye. That's great.
It sure is, and I sure am glad that Mr. Hertz was helpful.
He sure was. Thanks for the help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Well, we're really hoping for a chance to meet with Mr. Gregory. You know, the deputy administrator of NASA. He's one of our heroes. Do you know him?
Well, I've spent some time with him.
We better get inside. Maybe you can point him out to us.
Maybe.
Well, I've got good news and bad news.
If the bad news is any worse than missing the award ceremony, missing my brilliant acceptance speech, and missing my one opportunity to meet Mr. Gregory, I'm not interested. Give me the good news.
Sorry, Jacob. There is nothing I could do. If only I were in my Hummer, things would have been different.
Hummer? Dr. D, you have a Hummer?
Only in my dreams.
I know things will work out, Dr. D.
So what's the good news?
Well, Bianca made considerable headway on our assignment.
That's right. We're supposed to report on what transportation will look like in 100 years. And we know all about scramjets that can fly at great speeds, and blended wing jets that can carry 800 people.
We also know more about maglev trains and cool concept cars.
And the channel tunnel shows us that we can aim high and achieve great things.
How is all this progress going to happen?
There's only one way, the engineering design process.
You know, the process of identifying a problem, brainstorming, and selecting a solution.
Doing research, developing plans, and designing and building models.
Don't forget testing and evaluation, and redesign.
And redesign and redesign.
How could we forget iteration? You've taught us well.
Congratulations, kids. We may not make this ceremony, but you've completed yet another assignment. Quite an accomplishment while stuck in traffic.
Guys, guess what? Bianca just sent us an email. The ceremony is being streamed live over the internet.
Are we connected?
Yes.
Dr. D, don't move the car.
Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Gregory, and today we are recognizing area students for outstanding achievement by middle school kids. Throughout history, we have looked to the heavens for answers to life's bigger questions. As we stand at the threshold of the 21st century, we have the potential within our lifetimes to discover the answers. Our first award is Outstanding Achievements in Inspiring Others to Succeed in Math and Science. The winner for our first category, or should I say winners, are the Treehouse Detectives.
Quick, email Bianca my speech.
We won.
I really wish we could have been there.
Well, we'll be there shortly. Maybe you'll still get a chance.
I think you're right, Dr. D. More than you know.
What do you mean?
I just got an email from Bianca. You'll never believe what she just told me.
With the nation's new vision, a renewed spirit of discovery, we're going to be building a new crew exploration vehicle. We're going to be going back to the moon, and we are going to send humans and robotics to Mars and beyond.
I can't wait. What can we do to make this a reality?
First of all, you have to stay in school and take lots of courses in math and science, and check the NASA website. See if there are any areas of interest that you might have, and just begin to prepare yourself for the future.
Sounds just like the steps we use to solve problems.
What is NASA doing to inspire the next generation of explorers?
Well, you know, education is a core part of NASA. But what we're trying to do is make science and discovery and technology exciting for you. You know, one of you might be the first to step on Mars.
Thanks, Mr. Gregory.
You know, I actually have a question.
Just ask.
Where do you all do this exciting research? It's your backyard.
It's her backyard.
This is a big backyard.
This is my backyard. This is
On this special edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we focus on our world-class aerospace department. Governor Bill Lee joined President Sidney McPhee and Chairman Steve Smith to confirm plans for our almost $100 million aviation campus being built at the Shelbyville Municipal Airport. We chat with MTSU alum and current graduate student Sean Logan about his work as a flight instructor and our DA-40 planes. And we share news about our partnership with Southwest Airlines, providing an accelerated pathway for our students to become first officers. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue's special edition on MTSU's aerospace program. I'm Andrew Ottman. Governor Bill Lee joined President Sidney McPhee, Chairman Steve Smith, and other state and local officials on September 21st to confirm our plans for an almost $100 million aviation campus being built at the Shelbyville Municipal Airport. The new base of flight operations for our flight school is sorely needed, as the demand for pilots has expanded both opportunities and enrollment for our aerospace department. Listen in as Governor Lee and others outline how this ambitious project was set into motion.
Join me in giving a warm Blue Raider, true blue, round of applause to our great governor.
What an important day this is for the university, what an important day it is for Tennessee, and for Shelbyville and Bedford County, who have advocated for this and have created an environment for it to work. And this is really important to this community. I've been here multiple times here in the last few months, and there is a lot going on right here in Bedford County. And this is one of the biggest things to happen here in some time. So it is an important day of celebration. And I'm here because I get to participate in events that highlight the fact that we live in the best state in the country, that we live in a state that is one of the fastest growing economies in the country, that has the fiscal policy in place to make things like this happen and possible. What we have in this program at MTSU is unique to the country. It's one of the leading aerospace programs in America. We should invest in it because it is developing a workforce that is in desperate need across this country. And, you know, it's particularly in need in the state of Tennessee. All of these graduates have job opportunities. We don't have enough of them. And besides that, we're growing so fast. We have such an economic activity going on in this state that Southwest, for example, there's decisions like Southwest Airlines who decide to put their crew base in Nashville. That is a very big deal. It moves 600-700 flight attendants to Nashville, or it opens up flight attendant jobs in Nashville. 200 pilots for Southwest will be based out of Nashville, which speaks to the reason why we need to be developing programs like this. So I could go on and on about, I'm really proud of our state, and guess what? It's because of you. I get asked all the time, why do you think more people are moving here? Why do you think companies are coming here in record numbers? Why do you think Tennessee is the envy of most states? And my response is, well, have you met Tennesseans? Do you get out in the communities? Have you been to Shelbyville? Have you interacted with the business people in the private sector and the nonprofits and the churches and the community leaders, have you seen what it's like to live in this state? And when you do, it's like this guy I met last year who came up to me and said, I moved my family here from New York, and it feels like I've moved back to America. And that's what you do. That's the kind of environment you've created here. And that's why what's happening in Bedford County is so exciting. And it's why MTSU and what they're doing is so important. And it's why I'm here today, and all these leaders of the General Assembly decided to put some $67 million toward this program, because this matters to Tennessee and it matters to our future. So thank you for having me, sir.
The commitment of these individuals, our corporate partners, our state legislature, our governments, our local and state governments, are really critical for what we are doing to help our students and the aerospace industry. Their involvement highlights the level of support we have and the depth of confidence they have in the future of the Department of Aerospace. I also want to thank the Department of Aerospace faculty and staff. The dedication and hard work of this extraordinary group of individuals are immeasurable, as they all go far above and beyond their calling to support our students. I will rely on their knowledge and their expertise over the next couple of years when we meet with our engineering groups and our architectural groups, and they will be involved in helping us design the spaces, make sure our laboratories are well equipped, make sure that logistics of student scheduling and things like that are taken care of, and also, again, most importantly, taking care of the students during and providing a seamless transition. This is an unprecedented opportunity for the university, the city of Shelbyville, Bedford County, and the state of Tennessee that will set us apart from other collegiate aerospace and aviation institutions. What we are building here today will allow us to expand this program, provide unique opportunities for our students, and brighten the future of aerospace. Our vision is that MTSU will become the premier collegiate aviation institution in supporting the next generation of aviation and aerospace professionals. So thank you for being here.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I am a recipient and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I am committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I'm a Blue Raider. True Blue.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue's special edition on MTSU's aerospace program. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU alum and current graduate student Sean Logan spent time with us recently to tell us about the DA-40, the futuristic single-engine aircraft that is the mainstay of our flight training fleet. We also talked to him about his work as a flight instructor and how his time as a Civil Air Patrol cadet confirmed MTSU as his college choice. So, Sean, thanks for having me up here today.
Absolutely.
Tell us what you do at MTSU. What's your role in aerospace?
So I'm one of the assistant flight training managers, so I still get to instruct some students, and then I also work here at the airport campus and supervise some instructors as well.
And you're one of our grads, correct?
Yes, sir. I graduated in the spring of 2022.
Wonderful. And your degree was in?
Aerospace professional pilot.
Shouldn't be surprised about that. We've talked about this before, but you're a former member of Civil Air Patrol?
Yes, sir. I started in Civil Air Patrol when I was about 12. That's actually how I discovered the program here at MTSU was on an orientation flight. I got to come to the flight school, got to tour, went to go get lunch here in Murfreesboro at Toots, and flew back home. And for a young 12-year-old, it was kind of crazy to fly halfway across Tennessee in the span of just an afternoon, and kind of planted that seed for the program and wanting to be a pilot.
And now you're training students at one of the nation's top flight schools at a university. You got to meet the National Commander of Civil Air Patrol and show him your aircraft when we were at EAA in Oshkosh. That must have been cool.
Absolutely, it was.
Yeah, that was
kind of cool to look back and see how far I've come.
Yeah, no, it was really fantastic. So let's talk about the DA-40. Tell me about this aircraft we're going to be flying.
Yeah, so this is our primary trainer right here, the Diamond Star DA-40. We operate 38 of these aircraft, and students will do everything from their private pilot, instrument rating, commercial pilot, and flight instructor certificate all on this aircraft here. So this is our main workhorse of the fleet.
So what's the main attributes about this plane? Brag on it a little bit.
Yeah, so two best things about this airplane, probably its nice, long, narrow wingspan. It's a really stable training platform, as well as our nice bubble canopy there with good visibility out of it, and full glass cockpit as well. So really good in terms of technically advanced aircraft and giving students the skills that they need for learning the basic skills of programming and setting up the flight management system that translate directly over into the airline type flying.
And it's sweet to fly too, right?
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to fly.
What do I need to be paying attention to when we're going to be flying here?
We'll go out, fly around the Murfreesboro area. We'll take you over campus. We'll do some circles over the top of campus, get a good, nice bird's eye view. We'll come back here in the pattern and we'll get to do some landings.
All right, let's get in the plane. Let's do this.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
All right, so we're gonna run through our pre-flight checklist here. So before y'all got here, we already ran through the weather, weight and balance and all that. We've already got the aircraft cover off. Master batteries coming on. Any questions on the passenger briefing?
Sounds good.
Sweet, all righty. Sit back.
What's next?
All right, so we got safety belts fastened, baggage security rear door and front canopy closed and latched. Trim is at takeoff, fuel selector, desired tank, they're both full. Throttle idle, prop forward, mixture lean, friction lock adjusts. That's good right there. Go ahead and set this parking brake right there and mute that. Alternate air is closed, alternate static is closed. Central bus switch off, even though it's master off. Master battery is on. Cockpit lighting, go ahead and turn that off right there. Before engine start checklist is complete. All right, clear prop. So we've got these two screens here. This is our primary flight display here. It's going to have all of our primary instrumentations on it. And this is our multi-function display, so it's going to have items such as our engine instruments here and moving map as well there.
You know, one of the things I hear everybody talking about is the fact that this is a glass canopy and it really provides this amazing view when you're flying, right? That's got to be a great selling point for this aircraft.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the low wing design. It provides really good overall visibility, which is not only nice to look outside, it's also a really good safety measure as well to be able to spot other airplanes and have good situational awareness.
What would you tell a prospective student in evaluating a flight school, and what were the choices that led you to confirm that this is the right place to be?
I'd say the first thing to look at is safety. Our school has a very strong safety culture. The next would be price, and that's another reason why I ended up choosing this program was its affordability. And then lastly, the fleet. I really like the VA-40. I fell in love from the first flight with the Diamond. It flies and handles great. And it's an excellent training platform for any new and potential students and even experienced pilots alike. When I originally came to the program, all I really thought I wanted to do was come through the program, become an airline pilot, and it really wasn't until I started instructing that I realized all the different possibilities that there are. I found great community here. We're a large flight school, but we still maintain that close, tight-knit community, and it's really easy to find your people here.
Great job.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue. We do it all. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition.
Check it out.
You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue for our special edition on MTSU's aerospace program. I'm Andrew Ottman. The university was proud to recently welcome pilots and representatives from Southwest Airlines back to campus as we announced MTSU Aerospace as a partner in the new Destination 225 program. Also at the event was Southwest First Officer and MTSU alum Chris Collins. He spoke about how MTSU Aerospace helped him land his job at one of the nation's top carriers.
We're excited. We are truly excited to celebrate our selection as one of 16 of the nation's top collegiate flight training programs. Destination 225 University Pathway was designed for students interested in pursuing a 4-year degree that will lead toward a career as an outstanding Southwest airline pilot. And once selected, students continue to work on their degree and flight training while receiving guidance and a direct path to become a great Southwest Airlines first officer in as little as 2 years after graduation. And I want to add that this program makes it accessible, cost-effective, it's innovative, and of course, it's accelerated route for students to land a job flying at a major carrier while pursuing a degree. And MTSU inclusion in Destination 225 project has been one of the things that elevated our aerospace program to even greater heights, or shall we say, higher altitude.
I am extremely humbled and honored to be here today. I can't even begin to express how it feels to come back. Has anyone in here ever heard the term full circle moment in life? Yeah. That's one of those moments where I think in life we tend to either look forward or we look backwards in life for the most part. And it's very rare in life where you can just sit there and absorb it. So right now I'm just going to take a step back and absorb this because it's so cool. 20 years later, after going to school here, to come back and be able to have the opportunity to do something like this, absolutely amazing. It's been a fantastic journey. Coming out here, this campus, noticing the campus after 20 years, how much has grown. It's been pragmatic. It's been pragmatic growth that I've seen here. And it's done from, I think, altruistic roots, right? Giving back to the community in a way by allowing us to all go out and seek employment in the industry. And I'm a member of the Blue Raiders, right? This was the bedrock, the foundation to my career, all started here. First of all, you're one of the best, if not the best, aerospace departments in the United States, which by default would make it in the world as well, right? And that's because of your professionalism, and that's both the professors and the students as well. I can't tell you how many times I've ridden on a jump seat or the flight deck of another airline, or even my own at Southwest, and it's another Blue Raider that's there. And we have that in common. We have that kinship, that bond, right? But that professionalism's there. But beyond that, the thing that really inspires me is something that Herb Kelleher used to talk about, which is called the Golden Rule. Anyone hear about the Golden Rule? Anyone know what that means? Yeah, the Golden Rule is you want to treat other people as you want to be treated, right? And there was not a single professor here at my time at MTSU. There wasn't a single student that I've run into in my professional career that went to MTSU that didn't live by the Golden Rule. And that's what Herb Kelleher promoted at Southwest Airlines and still lives today there. So there are two direct parallels within the industry between Southwest Airlines and between MTSU. And the other thing is, the other parallel that's really fascinating to me is that I haven't run into arrogant people here, right? You are salt of the earth. The people that I run into, they're themselves, right? There's no pomp and circumstance or arrogant attitudes that I see. And at Southwest, we tend to have the same attitude as well. So these parallels run deep. I'm excited to see the synergy between Southwest Airlines and between MTSU. Now, beyond that, I have one story I want to tell. It's really quick. Has anyone ever heard the name Reese Howell? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Reese Howell, for those of you that don't know, I'm going to explain who Reese Howell is. He's affected the lives of countless graduates and students at Middle Tennessee State University. He owned and operated an MU2 school. Has anyone heard of Contour? Yes. Okay, Contour. So Contour kind of came from him because he started corporate flight management, and then his sons took it over. But anyways, the point is I worked at corporate flight management, both on the ramp, and then I eventually flew Jetstreams for them back in the day. And I used to wash Reese's airplane. He had a Citabria, a tail dragger. I used to wash his plane in exchange for flight time and to get a tail wheel endorsement, because I thought that would be really cool. But at the end of the day, I didn't feel right about it. I didn't feel that it was a fair exchange. And I remember thanking him. I'm like, I really feel like this isn't enough, just washing your plane for this. What can I do? And he said, well, you can make a promise to me. And the promise is that one day, when you have the ability to help someone else out in aviation, you do that. And that was probably the most profound thing that anyone had told me up to that point in my life. And it stuck with me. So I want to challenge everyone in this room that when you have the opportunity to help someone out in aviation, that you do it, okay? Just make that happen, right? Because it's gonna come back full circle and it's gonna help you. And I have countless stories and I could be here forever telling countless stories about how it's come back to repay me. But I wanna challenge you to do the same. And now is my opportunity. Reese is retired, unfortunately, fantastic human being. But I now can say that I'm going to be able to say that I kept good on his promise by being able to provide mentorship within this program. Anyone that wants to sign up for the program joins it, or anyone that's just interested in aviation, you can get my contact info, and I'd be glad to talk to you about it and my experiences. I wish you all the best, and again, I'm honored and humbled to be here right now. Thank you so much.
And that does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. You can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Sharks. What do you think of when you hear the word sharks? Does your heart beat a little faster? Does thinking of sharks make you a little nervous to go swimming in the ocean? Well, if it does, you're certainly not alone. Many people think sharks are aggressive, terrifying beasts that stalk the oceans. But are they really menacing hunters that attack humans at will? Or are they one of nature's misunderstood predators that has an important role in the balance of biodiversity on the planet? It will be easier to decide if sharks are friends or foes after you look at life from the shark's perspective in this edition of Saving a Species. The Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And I'll admit, at first glance, sharks can be pretty intimidating looking creatures. That's probably part of the reason they get such a bad rap from us humans. But there's a lot more to sharks than just their menacing look.
Sharks are fascinating creatures, and they come in all shapes and sizes. Some sharks are sleek and angular, like the bull or lemon shark. Nurse sharks have larger heads and bigger profiles. And some, like this hammerhead, are just plain bizarre. These efficient swimming machines range in size from the bigger than a school bus whale shark, nearly 14 meters long, to the tiny pygmy ribbon-tailed cat shark, which only grows to about 25 centimeters. Some sharks are flesh-eating ocean predators, but other sharks eat nothing but plankton.
Regardless of shape, size, or diet, sharks have interesting and unique characteristics and a specific role in their environment. I guess you can tell by now that I think sharks are cool, but I bet you will too, once you know more about them. So come on, let's go meet some sharks. This is Sharks Deep Dive at SeaWorld Orlando, and it's a great way to start learning about sharks by observing them up close in their environment. And now I'm definitely into learning about every animal that shares our planet, but we should respect their space. And in the case of sharks, I also respect their power and abilities. So this diving cage is a good way to visit these predators of the deep.
Oh my gosh, that's a sand tiger shark. Those are all the bigger ones that you see. There's one right here in front of us. Oh my gosh. They're incredible looking. They've got all those teeth. They really look like the predators that everybody thinks about when they think of scary sharks and all that. You know what? Sharks in general really aren't all that scary, but it sure looks like it when you're down here looking at them. You can understand why people feel that way. Wow, look at the sawfish. They're only found around Florida now, and it's an endangered species. They used to be found all the way up to Rhode Island, and then down all the way through Central and into South America, down as far as Brazil, but now they don't find them anymore. They're actually such an endangered species, they're really only found around Florida now. Oh, that's incredible. Look at how big he is.
Who was around first, sharks or dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs. The dinosaur. Both. Or both. Both. Or both. The dinosaur.
Are you sure?
Well, sharks are one of the oldest species on Earth, with scientists estimating that ancestors of today's sharks inhabited the oceans between 350 and 400 million years ago. That's millions of years before dinosaurs and other backbone animals roamed the Earth. The most spectacular ancient shark was probably the megalodon, a huge shark with teeth the size of a human hand. This one was probably a flesh eater. And at an estimated 40 to 55 feet long, that's 3 or 4 SUVs end to end. The megalodon was likely the top predator of its time. By 100 million years ago, about the time dinosaurs were around, sharks looked pretty much like they do today. And unlike other animals, they really haven't changed much in the last million years or so.
That's probably because they're highly suited to their environment, which brings us to our next question. Where do sharks live? In saltwater, freshwater, warm water, or cold?
They live in salt water and both in warm and cold water.
You sure?
Yes. Salt water
and warm and cold. Positive, you want to change it? No. Sharks can actually be found just about everywhere in all types of waters, from shallow coastal habitats and tropical lagoons to deep water open oceans and polar seas. They can live in saltwater and brackish water, and some even live in freshwater lakes and rivers. Now, knowing that, here's another question. Is a shark a fish, a mammal, or a reptile? A fish. A fish? You got that one right on. All right. Sharks are fish, even though they don't look much like the fish we commonly think of. But like all fish, most sharks are cold-blooded or ectothermic, which means their body temperature is controlled by their environment. They also have a skeleton and fins, live in the water, and breathe with gills. But that's where the similarities stop. 96% of the fish that exist today, and there are nearly 24,000 different species, are classified as bony fishes because their skeletons are made of bones, like ours. But the 350 or so species of sharks are in a much smaller class of fish, called chondrichthyes or cartilaginous fishes, because their skeletons are made of cartilage, not bone. Grab your nose or your earlobe. That's cartilage. Doesn't seem much like skeleton material, does it? Wow. I guess one thing we all realize is that most sharks have lots of teeth. But did you know that some sharks go through as many as 30,000 teeth in a lifetime? Sharks grow new teeth all the time and have several rows of teeth front to back. When they lose a tooth, one from the row behind just moves up to take its place. Sharks are also famous for their sense of smell. The rest of the shark senses are just as highly advanced. For example, their eyes are perfect for seeing in dim light and are particularly sensitive to moving objects. And even though sharks don't have an outer ear, their inner ear is so advanced it can detect sound, acceleration, and gravity. Plus, sharks have two other internal systems that help them find their prey. One is called the lateral line, which are fluid-filled canals in the shark's body that sense low-frequency vibrations. The other is called the ampullae of Lorenzini, and these are tiny sensory pores that run along a shark's head and can detect faint electrical signals generated by a prey animal. Delicious. I wonder if sharks think that. You know, the only sense scientists don't know much about is the shark's sense of taste. But they do know what most sharks eat, and it's not what many people think. Sharks eat lots of things, but the big question often is, do sharks target humans as food? This is definitely a question for a true expert like Ralph Collier, researcher and author of Shark Attacks of the 20th Century. Like, you've written the book on shark attacks, so it encompassed all the last century. How many shark attacks have there been in the last century?
In my book, Shark Attacks of the 20th Century, I described all of the authenticated attacks from 1900 to 1999. And we had a total of 108 shark attacks. Yes, a total of 108. Of that, only 8 were fatal. Now, what's of more interest to me is that in one single year, just in the city of San Francisco, in 1998, there were 596 people that were bitten by dogs.
Yeah.
And there were only
in one city, in 1 year.
There were almost more than 5 times as many attacks by dogs on people as there were attacks by sharks on people for an entire century.
So, Ralph, do sharks actually really purposely attack humans?
No. Very few attacks, specifically by white sharks. Very few are the result of what is commonly referred to as mistaken identity, which is really a misnomer. If a shark comes in on a prey to bite it, that's a predatory attack. And very few of those take place between sharks as far as being directed at people.
I love the water. I like going out in the ocean. Are there things that I can do to help protect myself, you know, from getting an attack, you know, from being one of those small statistical numbers?
Yes, there is. White shark attacks, more than 60% of the attacks occurred at what I refer to as a recurring location. In other words, an attack had occurred at this same place prior. And so we have multiple attacks. If you're in the water and you see the natural prey, natural animals, suddenly do something unusual. Well, there's a reason for that. Fish sense when a predator's on the prowl. They leave the area. So there are lots of cues.
What do sharks eat?
They eat fish.
Meat.
Like cows?
Basically all meat in the water. Some sharks eat stingrays, and other sharks eat other fish and other sharks.
We've got a shark expert here on our hands. Different species eat different things. And while some sharks are opportunistic and eat anything that comes along, others show definite preferences. Hammerheads eat mostly stingrays. Tiger sharks seem to prefer sea turtles. Blue sharks eat squid, and whale sharks eat only plankton. Sharks also eat a lot less than most people think because they're cold-blooded and have a much lower metabolism, which means they need less food. So depending on their size and species, sharks eat between 1 and 10% of their body weight in a week. And it's likely that many sharks go weeks at a time without eating at all. So how do sharks hunt for their food? Well, their hunting strategies aren't that different from predators on land or in the air. The eagle uses its eyesight and speed to grab its prey from above, while sharks grab their prey from below using the same senses of eyesight and speed, plus their special senses to catch their prey. Sharks, just like other predators, will attack the weakest and most vulnerable prey. And by doing this, they play an important role in the balance of the ecosystem. This natural culling by sharks helps keep all ocean populations strong and healthy. But if you remove sharks from the food chain, other populations could increase, which would then unnaturally affect other species, which could then decrease and affect other populations, which would, well, you get my point. Do sharks lay eggs, or do they give birth to live young?
They lay eggs. They give birth to babies live.
They lay eggs.
We tricked them by my The right answer to this question is both, depending on the species. Shark eggs are all fertilized within the mother, but then there are 3 very different types of embryonic development with 3 very long names. Oviparous means egg birth. In oviparous sharks, the embryos are protected by egg cases that the female deposits into the water and hatch later on their own. Ovoviviparous means egg live birth. With these species, a shell membrane encases the egg or a group of eggs inside the mother. At a certain point, the embryo sheds the membrane, completes development, and is born ready to swim. Viviparous means live birth. Viviparous shark embryos develop attached to the mother through a yolk sac placenta and are also born fully developed and ready to swim. Gestation varies among the different species and can range from a few months to as long as 2 years from conception to birth. Also, sharks mature and reproduce slower than other species and don't produce large numbers of offspring like bony fishes do. Add that to long gestation periods, and it's easy to see how shark populations are difficult to sustain if outside forces began to adversely affect them, which they are. Already, the great white shark, the whale shark, and the basking shark are at risk of becoming extinct. And more than 75 species are considered vulnerable because their numbers are rapidly dwindling. Now, I know it may be hard for you to be concerned that there are fewer sharks, but if we look at the big picture, every species is important to the health and biodiversity of our planet. Anytime a species is removed from its place in the overall scheme, it adversely affects the whole system. Sharks, like this white-spotted bamboo shark, are no exception. And that's why we need to continue to learn more about sharks and how to preserve them and their environment. Every conservationist goal is to preserve and protect wildlife and wild places. And that's why it's so important to learn everything we can. One of the best ways to reach that goal is research. Good, solid research that tells us more about individual species and their habitat requirements. Some shark research is conducted in the wild,
But Mike Shaw, curator of fishes at SeaWorld San Diego, has worked with sharks for 28 years and has discovered an amazing amount of information.
Shark populations are under pressure in many areas of the world, and therefore the more that we can learn about sharks in aquaria, the more we can apply that knowledge to helping shark populations.
Managing the day-to-day health of the sharks is no small task.
We monitor these animals very closely. We look at them each morning and throughout the day to make sure that they don't have any injuries, that they're behaving normally, that they don't show any obvious signs of parasites. And when we do feed them, we put a number of vitamins and minerals into the food in order to make sure they're getting proper nutrition.
Exhibits like this have taught us a lot about shark conservation in the wild.
It surprised us to learn that they don't eat very much, not as much as you might suspect. We find that typically, depending upon the species, a shark would eat between 1 and 8% of its body weight per week.
Basic research data like growth rates and blood chemistry has taught us a lot, but we have accomplished even more.
Perhaps the most important thing is we've had some reproductive successes here at SeaWorld. And these would include black-tip sharks, white-tip sharks, and bonnethead sharks. And what we've seen is that when they give birth to very small numbers, not huge numbers like bony fishes do, where they may give birth to hundreds or thousands or even millions of offspring. With many shark species, they're giving birth to 2 to 4 to 8 offspring at a time. This means that populations take a long time to build up because they're only giving birth to small numbers when they do so.
It's amazing how much we've been able to learn from sharks in the care of humans. And we've compiled a good database of shark information. But even with all this knowledge, there's still a lot that we don't know.
For one thing, many sharks have never been in a zoological or aquarium setting where they could be studied closely. So most of what we know about some species of sharks come from studies in the field by dedicated scientists. Scientists like Brent Stewart of the Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute.
We're studying the whale shark, which is the largest fish in the world's oceans. We really don't know much about whale sharks. That's one of the great things about studying them, is everything you learn is brand new.
In a study like this, specific information can be gathered.
The primary thing we're really trying to learn is where the sharks are. What are the habitats in the world's oceans that are important to the sharks and where they range? So that's geographical habitats, distribution, but also the vertical habitats. What areas in the water column do they use to make a living? And we thought that they were probably near-surface animals because they're filter feeders. But we've learned, in fact, that they're pretty deep animals sometimes. They go beyond 1,000 meters and they spend a lot of time there. So what we've learned has just created a lot more amazing questions about them.
All that's learned from this study can really benefit the whale shark.
Whale sharks are not often seen. They're seen in occasional these wonderful places like Ningaloo Reef, around Thailand, the Sea of Cortez, and in between we really don't know where they are. They are hunted in some places, and they're part of the shark fin market for soup. So there is some unregulated taking, and we're hoping that this will feed into that and try to help manage those areas that are either regulated taking, which is pretty limited now, or help increase some attention to those areas where there's unregulated killing.
Research is frequently a group project, with several organizations collaborating to provide better resources. And that was the case for a nurse shark study in the dried tortugas, when volunteers from SeaWorld joined the group.
The project focuses on the reproductive physiology of nurse sharks, and collecting data is the #1 priority. Researchers from Albion University, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and SeaWorld Orlando meet yearly to capture, tag, and collect data on a number of nurse sharks. For Wes Pratt of the National Marine Fisheries Service, tagging is a staple of research.
We've been studying sharks at National Marine Fisheries Service for 35 years with a tagging program. That's a natural extension of this is to study the nurse sharks now. We'll be putting a little hole in the shark's first dorsal fin and applying these blue tags with this little pair of pliers here. It's kind of like getting your ear pierced, and it provides a mark that lasts for as long as 27 years. We've had this particular tag last on a shark.
Researchers collect the same information year after year as the sharks mature and add it to a growing database. With this collective data, the researchers are learning more about growth rates, reproductive physiology, and population stability in this particular group of nurse sharks. As head researcher Dr. Jeff Carrier of Albion University knows, it's important information to have.
Aside from the pure and applied science of the study, one of the things that's important is that sharks are commercially valuable. And if we're going to understand them and understand how many we can take in a commercial fishery, we need to know something about the rate at which they replace themselves. Part of the study depends on us being able to know who the animals are in the area, and for that we do a tagging program.
Nice job. Going right back to where we caught her.
Well, we've looked at research at zoological parks and aquariums, and we've looked at research in the wild. But there's one facility that's trying a combination of both in order to learn more about one of the most notorious sharks alive today.
In an effort to dispel the worst reputation in the shark world, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has dedicated a special research program to the great white shark. The project began with capturing, tagging, and releasing young white sharks to learn more about this threatened species in the wild. The tracking data provided good information and a beginning look into the white shark's behavior, habitat, and migration patterns. The next step in the program was to bring a white shark to the aquarium for exhibit and further behavioral study. And in order to succeed where others have failed, the aquarium first brought a young white shark to a 5 million gallon ocean pen to see how the shark would react. After a period of constant observation of the shark's behavior in the pen, the young white shark was fitted with an electronic tag and released. Then, in the fall of 2004, a young female great white shark was brought to the aquarium after being accidentally caught in a commercial fishing net. After an acclimation period in the ocean pen, she was moved to the aquarium's Outer Bay exhibit, a 1 million gallon marine display. This is the first time a great white has ever been held for any length of time in a controlled habitat. But the young shark is doing really well. She is swimming strongly and her appetite is good. And as long as she does well, she'll stay. If she shows any signs of distress or failing health, she'll be tagged and released. So far, this ambitious research program has been very successful. Like most zoological parks and aquariums, Monterey Bay's mission is to inspire conservation by bringing guests face to face with living animals. They hope to raise awareness of the plight of the great white and all sharks by providing guests the opportunity to see a great white shark in a non-threatening environment, and by teaching them about the shark's important role in maintaining the balance of the ocean ecosystem. So far, this young ambassador for the great white shark species is doing a great job. But only time will tell if we human visitors will do our part to save her species.
Through innovative research, we can expand our knowledge of the world around us and find new ways to preserve and protect species like sharks. But it takes more than knowledge to affect change. It takes everyone working together to do the right things to save our wildlife.
There are a number of different projects that are working to save the shark, but there's one preservation program that's definitely unusual, especially since it involves training sharks, not an animal many people think of as trainable. It's a successful model of behavioral training for shark husbandry being used at Discovery Cove in Florida, and aquarium supervisor Laura Simmons is excited about the possibilities.
So Laura, with my background as a trainer, I'm really interested to hear about your shark training program.
Researchers have been trying to train sharks for over 30 years, but what we've done here at Discovery Cove is we've tried to utilize the training for husbandry techniques and also even for educational purposes.
What types of behaviors have they been learning?
It's not necessarily the behaviors that they learn, it's more that we condition them to feed at certain areas, condition them to come up to a particular spot where we need for them to be, so that we can see them up close, so that we can make sure that each animal is feeding appropriately.
So you guys get a chance to get up close. Do the guests have that opportunity as well?
We have a program called Trainer for a Day, and our guests actually get to feed the sharks when they come to visit us here.
So is that a scary experience or a positive experience?
It's very positive because not only is it educational, but it's a way for them to get up close and see that they're not scary, vicious animals, that they're actually very beautiful. When they have a chance to hand feed a nurse shark or actually tongue feed, they're seeing that these animals are very powerful and mysterious, but at the same time, they're not scary anymore. So a guest that may come in thinking, oh, I'm really afraid of sharks, I don't think I want to see one, once they go up close to them, they all of a sudden take more interest in them and the way they might behave in the wild.
Each year, humans cause the death of as many as 100 million sharks. It's the result of a combination of factors: competition for the same resources, overfishing, accidental deaths as bycatch in commercial fishing nets, and unnecessary killings due to superstition or lack of education. But whatever the case, we're killing sharks faster than they can reproduce. Sharks are very valuable to commercial fishermen because of an increased demand for shark products. One particularly wasteful type of shark fishing is called finning, where only the fins of the shark are cut off, and the rest is simply tossed back into the ocean to die, all just to make fin soup, which some cultures view as a delicacy. The killing of sharks to sell their parts for a high price is actually a hauntingly similar scenario to the California sea otter, an animal hunted almost to extinction for its fur. So to keep this from happening to sharks, we need to work now to protect them. What can you do to help?
Well, conservation begins with learning. So learning about sharks and why they are an important species to save is a good first step. You can also support legislation to protect sharks and their habitats, as well as legislation to make commercial fishing safer for all the bycatch species: sharks, dolphins, turtles, and others. You can do your part to keep the oceans and waterways clean for sharks and all other marine species, because habitat pollution is a major factor in wildlife survival. You can always support one of the many conservation organizations that are working to help the sharks too. Organizations such as the Nature Conservancy and Wild Aid, which do research in several locations around the world to learn more about sharks. Another is the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, which supports shark conservation programs to reduce overfishing and overconsumption of sharks and shark products, as well as many other species and habitat programs.
So what do you say, friend or foe? I definitely say friend, and I hope by now you think so too. Sharks are incredible creatures, and there's still so much we don't know about them. But through continued research, we'll learn more. And through education, we'll work to dispel the fears and myths about sharks. Because the only way to save an animal is to care about it, recognize its value and place in this ecosystem we call Earth. I'm Julie Scardina, and thanks for joining us for The Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The sharks featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support through the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the LaVergne Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is September the 18th, 2023. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first order of business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second. I have a motion from Laura and a second from Rick. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we'll just dive right in. And, of course, I'll take the helm on this one and blame the weather on David. So we'll talk about Fall Festival.
Well, be honest with you, I thought we were going to skate by earlier in the week, and the closer it got to Saturday, the worse it got. And then Saturday morning, I get up and I look at it, and it's 40% chance of rain, and my wife says, "Oh no, it's 60% chance of sun." But by the time 8:30 came around, it was pouring down rain. We canceled the parade at 8:30. In my mind, that was a good call because it rained all the way up, nonstop, probably until opening remarks at 11, and then it was hit or miss the rest of the day. I don't know what else to say. I feel bad for the community. I really feel bad for our staff because so much planning goes into it, and we had a good plan going into it. Parade lineup, vendors. Vendors still came out. We didn't run the vendors off. We let them decide on their own. People still came out. It looked like they enjoyed themselves, even though we were snake bit with the weather. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
I wrote about it on social media about, first of all, you can't control Mother Nature. The good thing is I try to find the brighter side is we definitely needed the rain. It was a slow soaking rain that we desperately needed. It was unfortunate, but like you, I watched the weather and I thought, man, it's not rained in 2 weeks and now it's going to rain. But the little bit of time that I got to spend up there, the people that were there were having a good time, good food. They were buying products from the vendors, and the little train was moving around, and I know your granddaughter and you had fun. So much fun. I guess, and I did get some phone calls about why don't we postpone it, and of course my answer was when you've got a big event like this, a week is just simply not enough to put things together. But I also wrote about our parks department. Man, you guys worked hard. David, Andrew, Kathy, Sheila, all your park people worked hard to put it together, and unfortunately, but again, on the lighter side, anybody that attended it a couple years ago, when we had the monsoon hit, and the tents that were out in front were on the football field. So, but does anybody want to talk about it?
I went. My granddaughter went. We participated and supported our vendors, and rain or shine.
Yeah.
And it was still a great event.
Well, when I went, I told my granddaughter, I go, we're just going to drive over there and see what it looks like and how, if it's going to look like, it's not going to rain too much. And we drove around, we came, and there's a lot of vendors still there, a lot of tents up, and I'm like, you know what? And then I saw the horses. And that's when my granddaughter's like, oh, the horses. So I parked, and we stayed for a good hour and a half, and it was just drizzling. Nothing, we're not going to die from the rain. And great time, great time. I could just see how spectacular it would be had it not rained, right? Because it was a lot of fun. And I mean, she made the slime for free. She did the face paint for free. The horses was free. And the animals that were like the goats and the bull, so cute. And we walked around, got cookies and just everything. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And I went back the next day on Sunday to the park to take her, and there was a little bit of a naysayer there, and he likes the old name. A lot of people are like really stuck with that name, the old timers. And I tried to explain to him, the goodness of what we've got going on and how fun it was. And he said he went on Saturday, and just kind of did a quick run around. and left.
It's just a name.
It's just a name, yeah.
It's just a name.
And the Prince concert, I went to that too, and that was really fun. I enjoyed that a lot. Me and my son went to that. And then, but we only stayed a little while, but it was great. So that was fun.
I think it'd be safe to say that I'm probably the oldest old-timer that goes to that.
Yeah.
But you know, Sheila, I don't know if y'all got a chance. Sheila took me up and introduced me to the young lady that runs the Entrepreneur Kids. Man, she was so delightful to talk to, and how much she is behind those kids. And Sheila was trying to pin her down for more events, and apparently she's just simply not available. They are like all over the place trying to, at different events and stuff. So that's if it had been nice, I bet those kids would have
Made a lot, some money doing that, yeah. Because there was one girl that was saying how she was selling earrings, but they really didn't sell too much because there was not too many people coming to her booth. But she was excited to be there, that's for sure. She was very excited. So I think that was a good thing.
All right, I guess we will move on to the Goblins and Goodies. What is that?
Goblins and Goodies will be on October 21st. It is 2 to 4. We do have a few sign-ups. The Facebook event post will go out hopefully tomorrow. I didn't get to it today. And then, so from 2 to 4, you know, the booths going around, the trick-or-treating, the kids come dressed up, get their candy as businesses pass it out with their flyers. The two of my 3 face painters said that they are available that day, so we'll hopefully be able to offer the face painting that day as well. And then at 5, we transition into the zombie night. So we'll have the dance off from 5 to 6, and then we'll go into the movie, which will be the Addams Family 2, and that'll start around 6:15-ish, somewhere around then.
You gonna put the big blow-up thing up, Andrew? And
That's the plan. Hopefully, we need to say a good word for the weather.
And I guess the most important question is who's going to be the DJ at the zombie dance?
Yes. We have a great DJ this year at the zombie dance. Vice Mayor Steve No has agreed to play the music for the dance-off. This is true.
You know the good.
I'll probably be playing them 60s music. As long as it's loud and it's music, man, they don't care. They just want to dance and have
Well,
fun.
I will volunteer to judge again.
Okay.
That was super cute.
Oh, that's
Those
right.
kids were fabulous.
I forgot about the judges. You done got them lined up?
I do not. So if any of y'all are available, we usually reach out to the Parks Board to see if we can find some judges.
Sure.
So
Rick,
Rick and
Jody?
Laura so far.
Judge? Yeah. Is that a Saturday or a Friday?
It is a Saturday.
Saturday.
Saturday,
Okay.
yes.
So just to clarify, you said October 21st from 2 to 4.
Correct.
And then you said the dance office is at 6:15.
At 5.
Oh.
At 5. So
It's not 2 to 4, it's 2 to 5?
Well, Goblins is kind of separate. So Goblins is 2 to 4, where they walk the trail. And then once we finish that, we'll go over, get set up for the zombie night. That'll be on the football field.
Okay.
And the dance-off will be at from 5 to 6.
Oh, that's...
And then once we do the prizes, we do first, second, and third for the dance-off. And then once that's done, 6:15, maybe to 6:30, the movie will start on the football field.
And do we know what movie that is?
It is the Addams Family 2.
All right. Yes, I can definitely judge.
Lord, let's hope for no wind.
Right.
Or rain.
Well, that's a given, but wind is the biggest nemesis.
Yeah, the
with that
inflatable
thing.
movie screen. If there's any, the wind kind of
That's
messes with us on that one.
So in between the agenda items, I don't see the movie
Correct.
that we have coming up.
The movie will be at Roy Waldron at last Friday night of the month, September the 29th.
Yeah.
We'll be showing Clifford.
Oh.
And what time is that?
6:30.
At Roy Waldron.
At Roy Waldron, it'll be inside the gymnasium.
And,
our baseball softball league will be providing concessions that night.
Nice.
So families can bring out blankets, lawn chairs to the movie, just like they would outside, but it'll be indoors that night.
So I'm assuming you all got everything wrote up to post on social media and got ready for it to go out?
The movie?
Yeah.
The movie is already out there.
I mean, just the movie,
The Goblins, it's
everything.
written, it just has to get on social media. I didn't get to it today, so I'm hoping to get that on there tomorrow.
Well, that's got a little ways to go, but September 29th.
Yeah, and we've already got that one. We put that one on a couple weeks ago for the movie.
Hey, David, now that movie at Roy Waldron, it ain't gonna make no difference if it rains or not.
That's why we did it.
Right.
He was all over that, wasn't he? Huh?
That's why we did it.
This is our third
We're gonna win this one.
Yeah.
They're gonna win that one.
Well, there's an idea floating around that maybe we bounce around to different schools in the area, so each side of town has, the ability to come out to. Until we can figure out what we're gonna do with the press box to get something permanent there, we're gonna constantly fight the weather.
I'm glad that Roy Waldron is allowing you to do that. Is that the principle?
Yes, yeah. Which, the previous principal was real accommodating as well. They do have a new principal.
Okay.
So, it goes before the school board. So we turn the application in and then the school board votes on it. So we got the approval.
And just so everyone watching at home knows, these are all absolutely 100% free. There is no charge.
Correct.
Except for the concessions.
The concessions, but the
Concessions.
admission to the movie itself is free.
So come see me to get a hot dog.
All right, and the big one, Parade of Lights and Winter Festival.
That is scheduled for December 2nd. The Parade of Lights starts at City Hall at 5 p.m., ends at the park, pretty much the same setup as last year. Winter Festival is from 3 to 8. At the end of the parade, we'll do the tree lighting ceremony. Choir will sing. We'll have the snow rink open. We'll have vendors there as well. So we have not set a theme yet. So hopefully when we come back next month, we'll be able to tell you what the theme will be.
Do we have a date on the skate park, on the ice rink, skate rink?
We do. I don't know if we brought that with us.
Didn't.
Andrew may have it.
That's getting to be a pretty good turnout event.
Is that free?
Yeah.
We can get you those times and dates. I don't know if do you have them?
I'll give you kind of a tentative, it's not set in stone, but I believe we're gonna start the Friday night before the Parade of Lights, which will be December 1st. Then we'll have it open December the 2nd and 3rd also. The 8th, 9th, and 10th of December, and the 16th and 17th of December. And the times we're working on those with staff, but that's the tentative dates we have planned right now.
And again, anybody watching at home, the skate rink is free with skates.
Yeah, we'd like to do another special needs day for a couple hours anyway, probably do that on a Sunday again. We did have a couple families come out and take advantage of that last year.
Now, when we get back to the park from the parade, are you got vendors, hot chocolate, coffee, whatever?
Yes. Yeah, the festival will be going on from 3 to 8. We'll have the pictures with Santa, the snow rink. We've got the popcorn vendor that was at Fall Festival has put us down for that date. Hot chocolate. What else did we have? Oh, and again, the tree lighting ceremony and the fireworks.
That brings up a good question. I don't want to just throw it out there. Do you think we could get some hot chocolate things made up and get some of the seniors to volunteer to give out hot chocolate, or is that something you've thought about, or cookies? And I know it gets kind of cold. I understand that, but just.
Well, I've got several nonprofits that are looking for community service, if not, and like the Young Marines and maybe Club Knockout, or even some of the kids at the high school. Bridget Cole, I believe it's the beta.
She got the beta for me for the Fall Festival. She coordinated that on her end.
Yeah, we absolutely need to give these kids community service if we can. I'm sure there's a lot of things we could probably pull kids in for.
Yeah, I don't think setting up a tent, the seniors usually participate in that event anyway. I don't think setting up a tent would be an issue depending on what vendors we have, as long as there's no conflicting,
Right.
like somebody else selling hot chocolate. We don't want to knock them out of a sale being a vendor. But I don't know if we've even gotten that far yet.
Didn't they do that last year? Didn't they give out?
They did do the cookies and hot chocolate last year, and then we had a popcorn vendor that actually sold out.
Can we get some hot coffee?
Not just.
I'm with you. So.
All right. And last but not least, soccer.
So the latest update is that we've sent all of the RFP information to city administration, and they are actively working on it. So hopefully within the next week or two, we'll be able to bring something forward, I guess, before Bowman.
Excellent. I like that word, actively. So that's kind of, we're until that comes out, we're kind of at a standstill.
We're at a standstill. But
there's nothing.
Of course, I mean, we've had the fall festival, and Boma's went out on the retreat, so they've been busy also recently. So,
and I know there's at least 3 things they're working on for us: the RFP for the soccer league, the July 4th contract, fireworks contract, and the repaving of the walking trail at Veterans Park. And I'm sure there's other stuff, other departments have too. So with us not ever getting into a soccer league before, trying to go out to different cities and see what they have put out and pull all that information together and trying to put it into a uniform packet. But hopefully within the next, I don't know if within the next couple of weeks it'll be ready, then it'll go out probably for, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I don't know what the time frame there is. I think as long as we still have something in place by December, I think we're still looking good for spring.
That was my next question. What kind of timeline do you think we're working on?
And I don't know how many people, how many organizations will put in for it. There may be other nonprofits out there that are looking to expand into soccer. There may be some that are already in soccer that want to come here. But I know Gift is pretty impressive. With that being said, we've still got to give everybody the same opportunity to
Absolutely.
apply.
All right, closing comments, Mr. Autry.
I'm good.
Holy smoke. Ms. Davidson.
Thank you for everything. We appreciate all your hard work.
Nothing more to say, but thank you, because the Fall Festival I know was a lot of work, and I'm so glad you guys continued on and not just canceled it. So, thank you.
Yeah, and as Laura said, thanks guys for everything. I know we always say it. I'm going to continue saying it. You guys are really stepping up to the plate. The next meeting is October the 16th, 2023. At what time, Sheila? 6 p.m., isn't it? Yeah, it's 6 p.m.
Is it going to rain that day?
So, with that, I'll close out the meeting. It's adjourned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, August the 29th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum, which is good. If you could review the minutes from June 27th, 2023 regular meeting and make any changes you may wish or make a recommendation.
Make our recommendations to approve the minutes as submitted.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes approved. New business, a request for special exception to allow a daycare centre properly located at 200 Kirkside Drive, tax map 14G, parcel 18, R3 high density residential zone district, property owned by Dionia Fairbanks Duskin. Mr. Logan, give me a report, please.
Thank you. This applicant is proposing to operate an in-home daycare at 200 Kirkside Drive. And this is a corner lot at Nixon and Kirkside Drives. The subject property is zoned R3. And per Article 2, definitions in the city zoning ordinance, home daycare is defined as any place, home, or institution that receives between 5 and 12 young children for less than 24 hours a day, conducted for cultivating the normal aptitude for exercise, play, observation, initiation, and construction. Homes having fewer than 5 children shall be considered an accessory use. So also according to the zoning ordinance, this request is considered a special exception and it's allowed in the R1, R2, and R3 districts. Thus, the applicant's asking the Board of Zoning Appeals for approval to operate this home daycare at 200 Crookside Drive. The size of this lot is 0.18 acres. There is a section of the zoning ordinance that talks about 0.50 acres. So that's one thing that I advised the chairman on tonight. They may or may not want to discuss, but it doesn't necessarily apply to residential lots, but it would definitely apply to commercial zoned lots. So the BOZA just needs to decide about that half-acre regulation in the zoning ordinance. There has been a sign posted for nearly 4 weeks at this time, and staff has not received any phone calls about the request. And on the screen, you can see the home. So again, this is at the corner of Nixon Way and Crookside Drive. And first thing you probably noticed is this home is much larger than the surrounding homes. And it is a corner lot as well, so sometimes the corner lots end up being larger than some of the other lots as well. So, and then zooming out, you can see right in the middle, near the middle of the image is where this home is located. So Nixon Way runs east and west across the screen. And then Holland Ridge Road is over here to the left. Zoning map, this dark color, dark green, is for R3 zoning. And of course, that's high density. And R3 in LaVergne currently allows single family dwellings. So this is a single family dwelling, as are the neighboring properties. I want to point that out because there are a lot of attached and multifamily dwellings. When you think of R3, you might not think immediately of single family, but this is a single family house. And this is the plot plan that shows the layout of the yard and the surrounding streets and the footprint of the house. That was this was provided in the packet, of course. And the applicant also provided a floor plan of the home, which you can see on the screen here. And is a 3-bedroom house, of course, a front-loaded garage, and then the driveway that leads back to And then, of course, the application is also in the packet. And I believe that covers everything for now. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Do we have an applicant here this evening? If you would please stand up and step to the podium, please, and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Deanna Elise Fairbanks Duskin. My address is 200 Kirkside Drive, and that's LaVergne, Tennessee, 37086.
Thank you. Any questions from the board members regarding this application? So I'll have a couple of questions. So obviously our regulations require that all state of Tennessee regulations are met. Have you got those together with the state of Tennessee, or how is that coming along?
So that's the process that I had been working through when I made my way to the codes office and to obtain the use and occupancy permit. So right now that's kind of where I've been frozen, and after that I have a couple of inspections that would need to be done to complete the process, but all of the preliminary steps and required trainings and orientations with the Department of Human Services has been completed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the board members?
I forgot to mention something in the report. I know when we met a few weeks back and the state had already been in, done their inspection, how many, just talk a little bit about like how many children they approved the structure for, that kind of thing.
Yes, sir. So they have a formula that they go by based on the square footage of your home, and of course there's a cap for residential homes, period, with how many children you can keep. But within those specifications, the DHS worker who was my assigned program evaluator came out and measured the rooms that I planned on using for child care, and they approved me to have a maximum of 12 children during the daytime hours, plus an additional 3 school agers for, if I wanted to do an after-school care type of program in addition. So a total of 15, but actually 12 during the bulk of the day, and then an additional 3 school agers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for doing that. I thought that might work.
Good
Thank
point.
you.
Any other questions, gentlemen? With that, I'll take a recommendation for the application.
Take a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that,
Thanks
no
a lot.
other business. We'll call the meeting adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is October 10th, 2023 and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Great and loving God, we are here with bowed heads and humble hearts. Bless us as we begin this meeting. Give us foresight and wisdom. We ask for your guidance and your grace. Keep our brave men and women safe that are serving this great nation at home and across the world. Pray for the Mays and the Stevens family. Send your creative spirit upon us. We ask this of your holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you both. First item, we have approved the minutes from the September 5th, 2023 public hearing and regular meeting. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second? Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Mays. And that's Mays, not meows. Welcome, sir, to your first meeting.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board of Aldermen, thank you for the opportunity to serve as your next police chief. It's an honor to be here, and I'm truly grateful. And I am truly grateful for the support and the prayers that my family has received over the last couple of weeks. It's been very difficult, but thank you. We couldn't have done it without you, so thank you very much. Before you, I hope you've had the opportunity to review the report. And with that, I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, sir.
All right, have a wonderful night.
Moving on to the fire department. Mr. Nick Matthews, Deputy Chief.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, I trust you have our run numbers for the month of September. We are ticking up a little bit, but nothing great. Right on track. Any questions about anything?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You have the parks numbers for the month. I may take just a second longer than those two gentlemen. I think I'm up against the clock, so I'm going to try to speed it up. Upcoming events, October 21st, that's our Goblins and Goodies / Zombie Night in the Park. Starts at 2 to 4. Be goodies handed out around the trail. 5 p.m. a dance-off, and 6 p.m. a movie, The Addams Family 2, on the football field. You can see our past events. September 15th was a kickoff concert for the Fall Festival. The 16th was the festival. 29th was our family movie night at Roy Waldron. Senior Center past events. September 22nd was a cookout and magic show. The 29th was tacos and live music. Upcoming events at the center. October 6th, spaghetti and live music. The 20th is a Halloween party, and the 27th, the fire department will be on hand for blood pressure checks and a cookout. Upcoming meetings, October 18th, Senior Center at 4:30, Park and Rec at 6, and the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee at 7. Would like to give out some thanks for the Fall Festival, Club Knockout, Taylor Farms, LaVergne High School volunteers, and B&B Fireworks. Any questions?
No questions, just some comments, David. First of all, between being sick and working and out of town, so I haven't been able to be at the Senior Center much, but I've heard a lot of good stuff. You guys, Kathy, Sheila, and especially your wife, coming down and volunteering, have went in and done a fantastic job, kept things going. I know you had some help from Miss Donna, the GNRC meetings, so everything is on schedule as it should be, and everybody's great. So you guys are doing a great job down there.
Thank you. We're trying to keep the doors open. I can't say enough for our volunteers. She's volunteered, not voluntold. Donna, Kathy, and Sheila are huge. We've got some assistance from one of the fire recruits. She's going to be with us for a while. So, yeah, we're keeping the doors open and everything's moving forward.
One thing I say about you bring up Donna, I don't care where you throw her, you throw her on a flat rock and she's going to make music.
I know that's right.
Have we heard anything on the soccer? I know that when it was presented, something might happen soon.
I believe the RFP is, the final language has to be reviewed. So Evan should get that within the next couple of days. And then as long as he approves it, it's in the final stages of being posted. So I think that's right around the corner.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to the library and the spooktacular Miss Donna.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You can see our numbers for the month of September. We're really excited about our new patron cards. They just keep coming in, new people. Last year we gave 114. This month, did I say last year? Okay, let's start again. Last month we gave 114. That was in August. For September, 99. So we're really excited about that. And we're seeing a lot of those new people in our story times. Okay, going to move on quickly because I've had pressure to get this show on the road. Do want to let everyone know that the library will be closed we will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, October 31st at Halloween. We have found that if we're open later, just isn't really good. we just decided to close so that our people can get home safely and to give out candy and whatever they would like to do. So on Tuesday, October 31st, we're usually open until 7. We will close at 5. If you will notice, the teens and tweens are having a painting class. This is for ages 11 to 17. This is the second one, and they're really excited. This will be Saturday, October 14th at 2 p.m. Please sign up at the circulation desk. Last I heard, I think we're full, but we encourage those who would like to come and put their name on a waiting list because sometimes we have those who can't quite make it. All right, I have a stick in my hand and really excited about this. We are doing a family event. It's called Build a Scarecrow Family Fun. We're encouraging families to come out. And this will be on Saturday, November the 4th from 2 to 4 p.m. Our library will have supplies to build a scarecrow, but feel free to bring your own small scarecrow clothes. As you can see, this is the length of the scarecrow. The scarecrows will be displayed in front of the library through Thanksgiving. And our scarecrow that Miss Becky and I made just wanted to hop in the van and come on down. So Hank, you want to come on up and say hello to everyone? Oh. So this is Hank. And Hank, oh, you can just stand there and hold it. Yeah.
Doing a great job, Vanna.
Kind of like the letter people. I'm having a horrid flashback.
Good job, Vanna.
Little clothes. This is a 4T. But he has a leg and he has coat hanger arms. We will provide the burlap, the hats, all sorts of fun stuff, and you can make them your own. We do encourage the mayor and the aldermen to come out and perhaps build a snowman.
Hey, Elsa.
Okay.
Olaf.
Scarecrow. Snowman will be later on. And we will display those through Thanksgiving. So, Hank, thanks for coming up. And I'll let you take the stick. Okay, one more thing I got to tell you about very quickly. We're having Spooky Spectacular with Mr. Ritchie. And this is fun for the entire family. It's Thursday, October 26th at 5 p.m. You can wear a costume or even a mask. Just be at our event is all we ask. So, to get you in the mood for our Spooky Spectacular, you have to transform very quickly. How many of you have seen Mr. Ritchie before? He is amazing. He does these great experiments, and he is just fantastic. So let's see if we can get ready for Mr. Ritchie. All right, so we will look very forward to you all coming out. Ooh, it's kind of hard to see. On Thursday, October the 26th at 5 p.m. And the children and the adults can wear costumes if they would like to. It's a really fun event. Not really a Halloween event, but it's one that the children can wear their costumes and have a good time. And it is for the whole family. We do give away cookies and drinks on the way out. So are there any questions?
2 questions, Ms. Donna.
Yes, sir.
First off, will y'all be at the Goblins and Goodies event?
Oh, of course. We will be at Goblins and Goodies, so look for the library tent.
Wonderful. And then the second one is, how did you steal the vice mayor's glasses like that?
He let me borrow them.
How did you get his hair?
Well, that's a long story.
That's his facial hair, I think.
Thank you, Miss Donna.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
And following that up is our Finance Department, Ms. Tanya. Good luck.
Sorry, Tanya.
Chief, if you ever want to change rotation, you're welcome to follow me.
I'm very comfortable with my spot.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust you've looked over the financial report. I did want to bring up the sales tax. It was $436,000 above budget and $166,000 above prior year. And the mayor had asked me last meeting about BJ, so I thought I would share that with you tonight. The information I have is from the sales tax collections for July and August. And for July and August from BJ's, it was $143,708, which we receive about half of that. So it'd be $71,000 for the city.
Nice.
Not a bad start at all.
Any other questions?
Nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-21, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 72, consisting of a point of approximately 9.33 acres located at 31 Lillian Buchanan Drive, from a C2 highway service commercial zoning district to an R3 high-density residential zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on August 29th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Well, hold on.
I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Was that a second, Alderman Waldron?
For discussion.
Okay, I'll open it up for discussion.
This thing here reminds me of the Codes building. You know, we sold the Codes building less than market value, but the big kicker, everybody says, well, we're going to bring in retail. That was the selling point of selling it cheaper. Well, here we are with a different pair of shoes, turning commercial and retail into apartments. To me, that's contradicting what we're saying. Talk about commercial, retail. Now, what is this? Bad business. Like on the first reading, I feel like I was talking to the wall. Feel like I'm at a dog and pony show. I mean, what's the difference of selling the Codes building under market price to bring in retail is turning retail commercial property into apartments. It don't make good business sense to me. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
The only thing that I've got to say about this, and I've thought long and hard about it, is we don't have anybody knocking at the door to give us some retail and commercial. I had a long talk with Mr. Broker, our economic person, and of course I asked questions that I felt like were on point with this gentleman, and this particular product, if you will, is definitely a catch-22. It's like we can't have one good without one the other, so that's kind of where I went with it.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion to approve in a second. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-22, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-23, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 3 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding grading, soil erosion, and sedimentation control, and Title 14, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the stormwater management ordinance. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading, ordinance 2023-24. An ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Our second, Alderwoman Hobbs.
Abstained.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-25, an ordinance to amend the impact fee ordinance to add an annual adjustment for construction cost inflation. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second and a third. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-26, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 police impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to Resolution 2023-18, a resolution to accept the Portico Place Section 2, Phase 1 subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on September 26th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Resolution 2023-19, a resolution to write off uncollectible property tax accounts. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Moving on to number 12, Resolution 2023-20, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Property Conservation Matching Grant Program. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Resolution 2023-21, a resolution of the City of LaVergne, of the LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second and a third.
Is that a boat anchor, Mike? What is that? It's a joke. Never mind.
We'll work on your humor, buddy.
Huh?
We have a motion, we have a second, we have a third. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Next, we have appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the LaVergne Industrial Development Board. We have one term vacant, 2 terms that have expired on October 1st. That would be Terry Coleman and Jim Hessmans that expired. And we have a new applicant, Mark Molinar. So I'll open it up. I'll make a motion to appoint all 3 to the Industrial Development Board.
I second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. And then moving on to the Local Emergency Planning Committee, we've got 2 terms that are vacant. And let's see here. I will appoint Chief Mays to the LaVergne Police Department position. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And then one position we're just going to leave vacant, waiting on our new codes director. With that, we're moving on to mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, keep the Mays and the Stevens family in the prayers. Check on the elderly. Make sure your pets have fresh water and shade. It's cooling off, but they still need fresh water. And everyone have a happy and safe Halloween.
Thank you. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick thank you to Mayor Cole, Commissioner Laura Davidson, and School Board Representative Tammy Sharp for advocating for the students of LaVergne at the Rutherford County School rezoning meetings. But I wanted to make a point that we can advocate for our kids in a different way, and that's by denying some of the rezoning requests from developers for high-density houses. We're doing an incredible injustice to our current students and potential students by packing these families when our schools are already bursting at the seams. And with these meetings, the school board's made it fairly clear that they have no plans to help with expansion in our area. And again, I wanted to echo Mayor Cole's comment from the workshop. Thank you to everybody who put together the strategic planning retreat. I really thought that was a great way for the board to come together with city employees to determine how to best move forward and to work together.
Thank you. Alderwoman House.
I'm looking forward to the Goblins and Goodies on the 21st. I love seeing the little kids come out with their costumes, and then also the parents dress up. So, and then Zombie Night and the Addams Family. So everybody plan on coming out.
Vice Mayor, no.
Yes, sir. I'd like for everybody to remember Roger French and his family. His granddaughter was killed in a car wreck the other day up in Illinois. She was 22 or 25, something like that. So Roger's on our senior citizen board. He's a really good citizen here in the city. Everybody please think about Chief Mays and his son. Don't forget, time change, November 5th. But the big one, I've been working on this for several months, and thanks to the help of Miss Jules, after a lot of phone calls and emails, October the 28th, from 7 a.m. until noon at the LaVergne Senior Center, there will be a dumpster there available. And if anybody's ever tried to get rid of an electronic or a big TV or anything, you know it's like pulling teeth to get rid of those things. You have to find out where to take them in Murfreesboro. Well, the city of LaVergne is going to be offering that not only to our citizens, but to the surrounding cities. It's going to be a donation. Hopefully it'll be a generous donation. All that money will go to the senior center. So if you got some of them big blocky televisions that you can't get rid of and computer towers and things, it's really hard. October 28th, from 7 a.m. until noon at the LaVergne Senior Center. Please tell your friends, your families, your neighbors, other communities, people. I know Ann lives in Mount Juliet. Tell your people up there, Ann, they're more than welcome to bring stuff down here. We'd appreciate it. That's all I got.
And where's the senior center for those that don't know?
It's on Stones River Road, and 339, David? 337. I was close. It's right next, before you get to the dog park.
Good job. So first I wanted to thank HR and our engagement team, employee engagement team. Today there was a cookout for all of our city employees, and it was well received. I've heard many things from employees who swung by my office to thank me or to thank Bruce, and really it's our HR team and all the support crew. I saw David out there working a grill at one point this morning, although it wasn't even turned on, he was just scraping it. I heard Deputy Chief Hatcher was working a grill at one point. So it was a well-received event, and so On behalf of the board, we want to thank y'all for organizing that and for everyone who helped make that possible. So thank you all. Want to remind everyone Halloween is coming up. Please, 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 please be careful out there. Especially if you're out driving, there will be lots of children out, some in the street, some on the sidewalks. Just let's use extra caution with our little ones. Good announcement that I got a phone call on this morning, and it kind of echoes something that you were touching on, is the school board was discussing purchasing some new land here in the north part of the county for a new high school. So that will be watched closely. I've also had some conversations with Dr. Sullivan, and they are going back and revisiting the rezoning plan and making changes specifically due to some of the concerns that we have listed here with the overcrowding, with specifically LaVergne High School and Stewart's Creek going up to 141 and 120% of capacity, which is absolutely crazy. So they are going back and revisiting that. Last but not least, I want to ask you all to please keep the people of Israel in your prayers. There was a very, very deadly terrorist attack this week, and please keep all of them in your prayers. With that, call this meeting adjourned.
Do